Yeah. We'll take our seats and start in a moment. I have to turn them on. They'll come and do it. I did this one. Okay. I was like, I don't want to mess with it. Yeah. Let's get everybody. Mind if I get the candidates instructions? No, you do it. Okay. Make it up. Yeah. Yeah, when I come up here, I'll Yes. All right, take your seats, folks, and we'll get started. Welcome, everyone, to the Osage News Editorial Board Minerals Council Candidates Debate. Good afternoon. I'm Tara McLean-Manthe, the Vice Chair of the board. And on behalf of all the members of the board and at Osage News, we welcome you, and we're excited to see all of your faces. We're going to be together for several hours since we have so many people vying for these seats, and we're excited to dive in quickly and get going. We want to make sure we thank all of our helpers today. So thank you to the Osage News staff and the Pawhuska Village Committee, Crosswinds News, and my timekeeper, Mackenzie A. Strike today, Atate Catering, Osage News, Osage Nation, Tribal Works, and Daily Technologies for live streaming us. We appreciate you all. And we would ask politely that you take your trash when you leave or keep your area clean. And right now, get out your phones and turn those on silent so we don't disrupt our candidates as they're thinking and speaking. So today we do have we have 4 rounds, 3 rounds of 7 and 1 round of 6 candidates. I'm going to read the rules real quickly and listen carefully as these menu options have changed from the last 2 debates you've seen. So in order to fit everyone in and us not being here until 10 o'clock, each candidate will have 2 minutes for an opening statement and 30 seconds for a closing statement after all of the questions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer each question. We'll have 3 questions per round. And we'll have a timer. Mackenzie will lift up the yellow card when you have 30 seconds left and red when you need to end. We will rotate answering the questions, and I'll call on you in order. And then, unlike other debates, in order to reduce the time, we'll have 1 round of rebuttal at the end after all 3 questions. So you have opening statements, question 1, 2, 3, rebuttal round, and closing statements. And the closing statement will also be 30 seconds. And we ask everyone to remain civil, refrain from personal attacks, and if you're not following those rules, we'll ask you to step down. You're out of here. Okay, the questions were submitted by Osage citizens and selected by the editorial board. We have lots of really good questions today, so I'm excited for you to hear those. And we'll get started with a prayer and dive into our debates. Jerry Jean, lead us a prayer for us.
Thank you. Dear Heavenly Father, as we enter this election debate time, we humbly ask for your guidance and wisdom in selecting our Osage leaders. We ask that you bless our Osage Nation families wherever they might be and see to their needs, our Osage News for getting this gathering together, and that we have safe journeys in returning to home as we remain faithful in your plight. Amen.
All right, with that, we will dive in and have our first group of candidates: Nathan Hott, Leaf Mushrush, Jeffrey Standing Bear, Margot Gray, Tony Whitehorn, Paul Beemore, and Stephanie Irwin. Please come on up.
Testing, test, test. Hello?
Test.
Test.
Hello?
So you can hear me, you can hear us from this far back?
Yeah, you're good. I can.
Hello.
Very good. Yep. All right. We got all our mics on, and you don't need to touch them. They're very sensitive, so just speak normally. We mixed up our questions. We got the lottery of questions coming out here. We'll pick 3. Back up one in case there's. Okay. So we are going to start on this end with the first introduction or your opening statements. And you have 2 minutes for an opening statement. We'll go all the way through, and then we'll start at the next person for each round after that. So, and everybody's ready? All right, we'll get started with our opening statements. Please proceed.
I want to thank the Osage News for hosting this debate and each candidate here for having the courage to step up and try to get a seat on this council. My name is Nathan Tinker Howe, born and raised in Pawhuska on my 74-acre ranch my great-grandfather, Chief Sylvester Tinker, left behind. Land I now own and manage myself. In 2011, like many of you out here, I received my share of this minerals estate. A bittersweet moment, earned through loss. I stand here with the same feeling today because I understand what this estate means and what it demands of people entrusted to govern it. I self-funded my business administration, higher education, while working on pulling units as a younger gentleman, working on well sites. I switched over and spent a decade with the United States Postal Service, which I still serve today as a steward for my union. As a shareholder, I've worked with the Osage Nation Realty and the BIA on restricted land and leasing and fought compliance battles over neglected well sites and on my family's property. I have attended many council meetings and the 2024 Enel windmill case. I also serve as the treasurer of the Osage Shareholders Association. I have studied the 1906 Act, the Osage Constitution, and developed a working knowledge of pore space, carbon sequestration, and the geology of our underground reservoir, because that's what this role requests. I stand here for the next generation of Osage shareholders, taking some tough questions today in preparation for the tough decisions of tomorrow. Shareholders, this is your minerals estate, and if elected, I pledge to serve you with respect, honesty, because this is what I've learned from my people. Thank you.
My name is Leaf Mushrush. I am a Deer Clan of Governor Joe's band and from the Gray Horse District. I am an of 4 and Eco of 5, and I feel very grateful and blessed to have them in my life. My great-grandfather was an original Lattee, Wilson Kirk, who served on the very first Osage Tribal Council. That was before we had elections. I'm an experienced, reputable asset manager and a successful business located in Osage County, which has been in business for several decades. And yes, I'm that old. It has been my privilege to have been reared in a business-oriented family who included me not only in family business, but in Osage politics and their Headright business discussions and decisions. After 33 years of being a shareholder and attending Minerals Council meetings regularly for the past few years, it has brought me to a place in life where I feel confident and prepared to fairly represent the shareholders and protect their assets guided by federal law and the 1906 Act, which governs our minerals estate. I want to thank the Osage News and everyone here that has come to listen to the shareholders that are candidates for this election, because we're at a very critical time, crossroads. and I appreciate each one of you. Thank you.
I'm Jeffrey Standing Bear, and as most of you know, I'm asking to step aside as principal chief and concentrate on one area which I have not been able to help because of the way our system's set up. That's our mineral estate. I've been a shareholder since I was very young, in my early 20s. My wife Julie and I, she's a shareholder as well. We have 4 children, 8 grandchildren, and we live in Pawhuska. One of the main reasons I think I can help is that I have an education in this field. I graduated at the University of Tulsa College of Law, where I studied oil and gas law and practiced in law, Heskett Law Firm here in Pawhuska, and other firms when I was younger in the area of Indian affairs, Indian relations, and oil and gas. I decided to try the principal chief because I believe things needed to be improved. I think we've done okay, and now I'm ready to hand it over, and we've got good candidates over there in the chief, assistant chief, and Congress, and I want to support them all. That's what we got to do. We all have to stick together, support them all, and which we do eventually. So, but I am also trained through our 1906 system. I was assistant principal chief in 1990 in the older system, and I know the difference. I know how things work. A lady named Camille Pangburn used to run that thing, and Camille was just an amazing woman, and that's where I learned a lot of my training about Osage. Several of us have. I see several of you here. But one thing I learned is they were cordial to each other. They were very cordial, very respectful. And I'd like to see a return to that. We also,
Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
It's hard to cut off the chief.
Good afternoon. I'm Margot Gray, and I believe our future is strongest when we lead with Osage values: respect, service, and the protection of our sovereignty. My education includes Northeastern State University and the Tuck School of Business at Dartmouth College. I've spent my life in service. I've served 18 years in law enforcement, working in patrol, training as a criminal investigator, and hostage negotiator on the Special Operations Team, and earned the rank of sergeant. Since 1998, I've built and led businesses that help tribes succeed, from gaming to tribal governments. Because strong nations are built upon strong operations, structure, and marketing. Today, I am the executive director of the United Indian Nations of Oklahoma, representing 38 federally recognized tribes. We defend tribal sovereignty at the state capitol and in Washington, D.C., and I know how to show up, do the work, and deliver results. I understand the responsibility of leadership. I've chaired national and state and tribal organizations, helped build the structure organizations need for long-term growth. Through my involvement and experience, I will share those relationships and help ensure Osage Minerals Council has a strong voice at the state level and in working with U.S. senators and representatives and the federal agencies. I also had the honor of serving on the 4th Osage Minerals Council. I work to protect our resources and do right by the shareholders, successfully writing 3 grants for the OMC that would help advance oil, gas, and mineral laws, and develop a business plan and a foundational structure for the future. I'm a builder and I'm a communicator. I'm asking for your vote so we can protect our sovereignty, strengthen our mineral state, and honor the 1906 Act for generations to come.
Hi, thank you to the Osage News for hosting this event today. My name is Anthony Whitehorn. I'm from Hominy, Oklahoma. I was born and raised there. Currently live in Collinsville with my wife 33 years. We're in the process of getting back to move back to Dad's place. Pretty excited about that. Come back to a house that was built on love by my parents. It means a lot to us. 2 great kids, 2 great grandkids, but when I decided to run for Minerals Council, it was after my father passed. My sisters and I, we all met probably about 3 or 4 months after Dad had passed away. We were talking about our cattle, some things we needed to do at the ranch, and asked my sister, I said, Marie, what are you going to do? And she said, I think I'm going to focus on Congress. I said, okay. I said, I appreciate that. I said, I'm going to run for Minerals Council. So back then, I knew this is what I wanted to do. So my previous experience, I was elected to the Osage National Congress back in the 90s until the 10th Circuit Court of Appeal overturned that form of government that the tribe had through the Fletcher case. Then I was fortunate enough to work for the 30th and 31st Councils. A lot of diverse leadership there. I was fortunate to work for Chief Tillman, also worked for Chief Gray. I worked for some tremendous diverse leaders in both of those councils. John Tallchief, Milt Pangberg, Rosemary Woods. And then on the next count, I mean, the list goes on and on. Everett was on there. His brother Jake, their part of a term, was filling out a part of a term. So it's just a diverse and interesting group of leaders that I got to sit around and learn how the minerals estate needs to function. I saw a lot of 3D seismic activity that came in, a lot of concessions that were given. And our business was strong, our leaders were strong. So what I see now is that our tribe, we need to get the regulations. We need to get the regulations strong and in place. I'm Anthony Whitehorn, run for Minerals Council. Appreciate your
Away. Greetings, friends and relatives. I am Paul Beemore, and I seek your vote for Osage Minerals Council. I'm here with my family, Deborah and Levi. I'm Osage and come from the Cedar family here in Pawhuska. I've decided to run for the Minerals Council because I want to share my knowledge and diverse work history with the council to rejuvenate the estate. That means drawing from the knowledge and experience from those who have spent careers worth of time and dedication to their craft and skill. I believe we have candidates in this election cycle with the right backgrounds that will uplift the minerals estate to the next level. I have more than 40 years of public utility experience in electricity, natural gas, water, wastewater, solar, cellular, and broadband services. I presently serve as chair for the Osage Nation Utility Authority, and I'm very proud of our success to establish the framework for Osage broadband that we see today. In fact, our team completed a feasibility study in 2015 that resulted in federal funding for the first 2 Osage broadband projects in Gray Horse and Bowering. Rejuvenating the estate means many things for the Minerals Council. There are pressing matters that we cannot lose sight of while always keeping our eyes and ears open to those outside forces encroaching into our Osage lands. The pore space challenge is the latest example. Rejuvenating the estate means repairing and protecting the environment and utilizing smart technologies in that process. Drone technology saves time, improves safety and security. SCADA software enables GIS mapping of our systems, controls electronic remotely, and accurately measures our oil supplies. Repairing the estate means repairing and protecting the environment and utilizing smart technologies in that process. Drone technology saves time and improves safety and security.
Thank you.
That's a long, fast 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Stephanie Irwin, and I'm running for a seat on the Osage Minerals Council. I appreciate the Osage Nation Editorial Board to host this today. And I am lived in Pawhuska all my life, and I am from the Drum family in Gray Horse. My folks came from Kansas, my grandmother. So there was a lot of experience in listening to her tell about how things were back in those days. And I don't know if we've progressed very much or not. But with all that being said, we need to discuss what's actually going on here today with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I want you all to know this. You don't get anything else out of it today. We have the Bureau of Indian Affairs back in Robin Phillips, when she was the superintendent. Her and Mike Black came up with a situation or a solution to their problem. And their problem was anybody that came here and bought a lease, they were actually had the liability on that lease. I'm talking about unplugged wells attached to the new lease. In other words, who wants to come in and pay $20,000 or so for a lease if they have $1 million worth of liability attached to it? They have their boot on our throat, and that needs to be corrected immediately. You won't find it in the regulations. You won't find it in any federal law. It's their policy, and that policy needs to change. Anyway, you all need to know you have property rights, and those property rights need to be exerted because we are the minerals estate. No one can legally benefit from this minerals estate except the Osage annuitants. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our first round of questions, and we're going to start with Ms. Mushrush, and we'll go around this way. What is the most serious structural gap in the current Minerals Council, and what is your concrete plan to close it?
Thank you for the question. The most serious issue that we have right now is what Ms. Irwin just mentioned. We have got to get our minerals. We're at a standstill right now. This minerals estate is at a standstill. We only completed 2 wells last year. 2 wells were completed last year. And that is the exact reason that we only completed 2 wells was because all of our producers have vanished for the most part. And the reason that they have vanished is what she just explained to you. We do not have a friendly oil field. It's difficult for those producers to come in and get permits. It takes a long time. And then they are burdened with the liability of orphaned and abandoned wells. We've got policies that are just policies. They're not CFRs. They're just policies that have been put in place that have got us burdened and a rope around our neck where we can't get drilling or get oil out of the ground. So it's very difficult for us to get producers to come in here and want to drill.
Thank you. Standing Bear?
The most urgent matter the last couple of weeks, and will continue, is the status of the Minerals Council budget, how much money they have or don't have. I couldn't tell you the situation as far down to the dollar, but I have seen a letter from Superintendent Adam Trumbley advising no more drawdowns for the Minerals Council unless they show some budget progress as he is suggesting, and he laid out some options for the Minerals Council. This is a situation where there is not enough transparency. There's no transparency. We don't know we being the shareholders, don't know what's going on, except that we're hearing that they're going to be out of funds completely in June. And there's no more drawdowns from the federal accounts. So that is something that there are 2 bills in the U.S., in the Osage Congress right now that's going to try to address this issue. Those are still in the Congress and are going to be discussed this week and next. Stay tuned because things can happen very quickly. There may be even a 3rd compromise bill. That's the bill I would support that does not take away the authority of the Minerals Council over the funds. But that is an option that's being looked at, not by me, but by the competing legislation that's at the Congress right now. That's happening right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I think we've already heard that it's streamlining the processes. If we don't even know what money we have and where we're going, I would present in the next 90 days, if elected, and working with my colleagues, to come up with a 90-day plan. We can talk about, we have a BIA system that isn't working. We have another system that the budget isn't working. When we have things that aren't not working, then it's time to restructure. That's an obvious and simple position. Because I've actually had the experience of 2 organizations that I was the chairwoman of, and we had to break down what wasn't working. We were already a successful organization, but what wasn't working? So we all met together and came up with a new plan. And with the expertise of some of the candidates that we have, I know that we can get there. The other thing is I currently work for United Indian Nations. We had something that was just, we'll all get together, but then we had bylaws and rules and regs that were not working, not for growth, or not what we needed to do to defend sovereignty. What did we do? We broke that down and rebuilt it because we're more stronger together when we all agree on one process. And that way we can implement that process, and then that's growth. Now we are almost getting ready to launch into a national organization. I will bring these same processes to this Osage Minerals Council. I'm going to tell you, there's just not these 1-2 things that are going on. There is a lot of things that are going on to bridge the communication, not only with within our nation, within our treasury, within the executive, within our Congress. Congress took it upon themselves to initiate these bills. Why? Because there is no communication between Osage Minerals Council.
Thank you.
I was on a roll.
Mr. Whitehorn.
So the gap I see, there's obviously the one with funding, obviously the one with the permitting process. It seems like unity is a problem. I think we have to, as a Minerals Council, we're going to have to work together. We're going to have to work together to find these solutions, identify these problems, which we are as glaring as the nose on our face. We know what the problems are, but we need to address them. We need to address them with Osage, strong, sovereign ideas, and come together to put these ideas forward. But that is the thing. If we can all talk together with one voice, working with Congress, working with the executive office, whatever we need, whatever need we need from the BIA, if we have to get these rules and regulations, if we're talking with one voice from the Congress, from the executive, led by the Minerals Council, sovereign voice, we can accomplish anything we need to do. We might not like each other, we might not get along, but we have to be able to sit down, discuss the issues that are going to impact our shareholders and their payment. Because if that's what we're here. We're here for the shareholders, but we have to work together to make all this happen. I think unity and working together is a key issue. We know the problems, but we have to come together as a people, as a Minerals Council, to make these things working with the executive as well as.
Thank you. Mr. Beemore.
Thank you. It's interesting. You know, sometimes we've all heard that saying, how we can get in our own way sometime. And I'm kind of thinking about this. We have to jump a little bit on the budgeting part here. And at the same time, I want to remind our elected officials from the executive, legislative, judicial, that the Osage Nation has a perpetual obligation to preserve and protect the minerals estate and shareholders. That, as a matter of fact, that's in our Constitution. So, talking about budget, I mean, we know what a budget is. It's pretty simple to do budgets. And I think this really kind of boils back down to communication and how historically it's been. But, you know, going forward, that's something that we can no longer afford to do. You know, we're preparing the estate for the future. That's what I have an interest in. My strategy would be to use technology to get to the point where we're able to do things within the minerals estate to make it project ready. It's called make ready. In the utility industry, we prepare projects and we call it getting it ready. And you know, the grid grant, the orphan well program, those are all things that we do to get a system ready for the next level. And that's what I see happening now. That's what I would support. And again, I think that it goes back to communication and how we work with Congress and what we do to express our needs, our strategies, and what kind of vision that we have at the Mineral Council level so that we can pursue those visions and make sure that it's ready to go for that next council. One thing that I'm going to also point out is that it's very important for the Minerals Council to be able to get things done within their cycle. We elect a new Minerals Council every 4 years without staggered roles.
Thank you.
That's a problem.
Sherwin? What is the most serious structural gap in the current Minerals Council, and what is your concrete plan to close it?
Well, first of all, let me touch on the budget. We haven't drawn down any money out of the C-395 account for a year. That is the money that comes out of your royalty. We haven't drawn down a year. We've been paying for our budget, our part from S510. Now, when we submitted the budget, in the beginning, the Osage Nation Congress said that we were exempt from presenting them a budget. The only budget that we presented right now is to the superintendent. And then, but they say we don't submit a budget to them. We haven't in the past submitted a budget to them unless we were asking for funds, and then we would present that budget to them. We have the ability, we are considered an independent agency in the Constitution. And yes, there are questions about our budget, but to be honest with you, I don't want to answer any of those questions unless they come from an annuitant. I don't think everybody in the nation needs to know your business. And if you come, you can come and see it. You can see our budgets. You can see anything we have up at that office. You can call. But that is your business. And that is the problem. We have other people trying to get in our business. Right now, there's a bill down there on the floor in Congress that's trying to turn Minerals Council into like a program, where we are directors over a program. That is not what the Constitution says. That's not what the 1906 Act says. Actually, is that law they have that's on the floor now, is that breaking the law? I don't know. I need an opinion from an attorney. We have so many other things going on about the budget, how the money is spent, which $1 million in today's world is not much. So, with that being said, we need to talk about the, thank you.
Right, Mr. Houck.
As I look outside, looking into what's happening, I see the gaps. Negotiation tactics, I don't see that. Diplomacy, I don't see that either. I don't see a lot of lobbying happening either. I mean, going to DC twice a year, that's all you're gonna do? We gotta plant somebody there and create relationships with first with the staff, then you climb that ladder. Because if you can create relationships down here, it'll pay dividends in the end. Honestly, I want to get more shareholders engaged. I mean, there's people at those meetings, yes, but I think that meeting room should be filled to the brim every time. I want you there to hold me accountable on what I do. More open discussions. The executive sessions, I'd care not to do those at all. Honestly, I'd like to give at least 15, 20 minutes to shareholders who have grievances that I could be a steward for. So those gaps are something I see that need to be improved, and we definitely need an audit. We need to do our own audit. We don't need Congress to come in. If they appropriate money to the Minerals Council, they can have oversight on that. That's fine. We need to do our own audit. So that's what I want to bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our second question. We'll start with Chief Standing Bear. When an operator is out of compliance, slow to pay, or acting in bad faith, What enforcement tools does the OMC have, and are they sufficient? What would you do differently if they are not?
Well, they refer matters to our trustee through the Secretary of Interior. The United States of America is our trustee. The 1906 Act refers to the Secretary. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is an agency of Interior, and they have all the authority unless the Osage Tribe Minerals Council has assumed it in one way or another. So the 1906 Act and the Constitution recognizes there's very limited space for the Osage Nation or the Minerals Council to do anything except to refer it to the superintendent. Now, I'll give you an example where this fails. The Minerals Council, previous Minerals Council, had filed an objection to NL and say you need a commercial, you're doing commercial mining, you need a permit. And they didn't get one. And they just kept, as we all know, they kept doing what they're doing, and they still are. So the lawsuit was filed by the Minerals Council at the last minute because they were correctly waiting on the United States to fulfill the obligation that NL was in violation of the regulations and the 1906 Act. And that was a difficult decision to make, and they made that on their own. And that happened real fast. So the Minerals Council had to step up and fulfill the role of the trustee, and won, but they still are waiting for actual relief from the incursions that NL has done to it.
That's great.
Yes. So just to, when an operator is not in compliance, and I think that Chief Penny Bear outlined exactly what that process is when, that the United States government is our trustee. And when they, this is what sovereignty is, I'll just say this. It's the ability to do things on our own. And if we are not exercising sovereignty, for instance, when I was on OMC 4, I wrote a grant to build capacity. The grant was to write laws and work with, to develop and introduce laws over to, or a bill over to Osage Congress, that we could have laws on our books. Right now, there is 0 laws on our books for oil and gas and minerals management, nothing. So we were awarded that grant. And so then that grant was awarded, and I didn't make the next election, and they attempted to turn back that grant. Well, the tribe took it over and rewrote some of it, and so now that went to the AG's office to hire an attorney to do the oil and gas laws. That's what that intent was. And also to build up the foundation and business plan for the Osage Minerals Council. So I would really be interested to find out where we are on that. But those were the initiatives that were started at that time. So then, when they are not in compliance, why don't we have our own laws? Right now, we're depending upon the Part 226, and some of those, and we've got to make sure that our trustee is doing their job on that, and we have that they are held and fined. Well, we can write those laws where it says that when someone's not in compliance, that we're able to fine them. It's the ability to do things on our own. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Minerals Council needs to, I believe, hold the trustee, the Secretary of the Interior guy, to their fiduciary responsibility. It's our responsibility to make sure they're doing their job, because obviously they haven't done it very well in the past. But it's vested in us as Minerals Council members to make sure we are on top of that. We understand that. We also need to look at situations like Linnell and be able to make that decision that we have to step up and fight for our tribe sovereignty, our shareholder sovereignty. There's an attack on our sovereignty right now with the spore space issue. It is an attack on everybody's sovereignty. Where do you think the oil and gas comes from? The pore space. That's where that comes from. So right now, we need to step up as a nation, as a tribe, from the minerals executive to the legislative, and have one voice and go after this. How do we do that? We stay engaged. We read. We understand. We be ready to act as a minerals council. That's how we handle situations.
One more time, please.
When an operator is out of compliance, slow to pay, or acting in bad faith, what enforcement tools does the OMC have, and are they sufficient? What would you do differently if they are not?
Thank you. Interesting, and we're talking conflict basically, and I think we have a way much conflict, and we don't really need any more. I think Chief Standing Bear, his experience and as a lawyer, I mean, he's laid it all out, the process that we have available to us, and the BIA being the trustee. But I'm one who tends to avoid conflict as much as possible. And when there is an operator that's not in compliance, well, then we should be talking to the operator, try and get them into compliance, find out what the problem is, to find out if there's something within the process that doesn't make sense or does make sense. But we need to be able to have those discussions. One of the strategies that I've talked about is putting together a guide, a how-to, user-friendly guide for our operators and knowing how to use their leases. So I think that's really important going forward, is being able to avoid that type of conflict and having solutions rather than trying to take somebody to court or something like that. I think there's opportunities that we can learn from those kinds of conflicts where we would all at some point in time become a win-win situation.
Thank you. Ms. Warren?
Thank you. Well, let's talk about the Enel case. The Enel case was they were trespassing on us. We did everything possible trying to get them. We tried to call the federal marshals, the FBI, to get them off our place. Robin Phillips would not allow it. Her and Mike Black, the head of the BIA up in Washington. So we had the solicitors. But in telling you this story, you need to know that the solicitors weren't actually working for us. We had to pay a law firm, Aiken and Gump, a man by the name of Ivan Shevitz, to write their petitions to be filed in federal court. That's a fact. I can prove that. Now, when they came 2 hours before the appeal at the 10th Circuit, they called and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, we can't do it." So we got the law firm of Tom Fredericks, to file that up at the 10th Circuit. And that's sovereignty. We did that ourselves. That was the Third Minerals Council did to protect the sovereignty of this mineral estate and nation. And we keep winning, and we keep having to go back to court because it's not an accident, Enel's out there. They have influential power in Washington, D.C. It's all politics. They were sitting here to try to break our trust, but they haven't broke it yet because we keep fighting them. And we're up in the 10th Circuit right now, and we're still waiting on a decision on them for the last appeal. Anyway, so I just want you to know that we work hard on this. That was the Third Minerals Council, and it keeps coming back. We've changed attorneys because we're not getting the representation that we expect from these attorneys. We want them up there to fight for our rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Operator compliance. Well, I got 74 acres west of here, west of town of Pawhuska, that has a horizontal well that was drilled on it, and it did very well when Encana came in and they made that well, and then it kind of petered off and it traded hands with another producer. Well, he did what he could. It made a few barrels a day, and when oil gets low, they stop it, but they'll turn it back on. I would check when it would rain because sometimes it would mess the generator up and an oil spill would happen. And I got to see that happen. I had to call and talk to a field solicitor and make sure he cleaned up his mess because it wasn't cleaned up when I seen it, So It's happened a few times. Finally, he just decided to plug it, and that's fine. He cleared it out. Well, now I see that he just stores a bunch of stuff that I don't think should be there, and I work with the BIA. I'll tell you this, the BIA is not as fun as it should be. They're working with the skeleton crew. It's half staff, I want to say. So I think lobbying for some more funding to the BIA would do a great thing for compliance. You know, we can have the BIA, our trustee, hold them accountable to what they're doing. So with that, that's what I think about it.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This is an age-old problem that we've had. Operator compliance, not a new problem. And we've seen this over and over through the years. We've complained to the BIA, we've complained to the producers, and we keep talking about the same problem until we get to Washington. We complained to our superintendent. We've complained to the last several superintendents, and we still have the problem. And until we get to Washington and get more people in the field to monitor these situations and monitor our producers and get more people to be on these producers and make sure that we have operations under control, we're not going to see improvement. We need more money. We need more people in the field. We need more people in the BIA office. We're far behind, and we've got to have more money, and that's the bottom line. So it takes money to oversee we've got 1.4 million acres, a little bit more than that. We have a huge minerals estate to oversee. And I think we have 2 field men now, correct me someone if I'm wrong. And how can you oversee that big of a oil field? You can't see that and manage it properly. So we need more people in the field to oversee this operation. And until we get there, we're done.
Okay, thank you. That was our last question, response on question 2, and we'll move to question 3, and we'll start with Ms. Gray. Do you believe that there is an Osage tribe comprised of Osage Headright holders and an Osage nation comprised of enrolled descendants?
You might need to repeat.
Yes. Do you believe that there is an Osage tribe comprised of Osage Headright holders and an Osage nation comprised of enrolled descendants?
No. I don't believe that there are 2 different categories of Osages. That actually, I mean, we did that. We did the one man, one vote. I actually worked for the Osage National Council when we were doing one person, one vote. And then I think it was mentioned by someone on here about the 10th Circuit decision. It was you, Tony. And so that was proven. And then 20 years ago, we had a new form of government. There is nothing to say that one group owns something and one group has a different status. Now, the special status that the shareholders has is derived from the 1906 Act. I think we can all agree on that. But I do not believe that there is, I think we put that issue to bed a long time ago of who is an Osage and who isn't. We don't have blood quantum anymore. And I think where I've heard this rumor going around where people are saying, you know, the Osage or the shareholders own the casinos and they own everything, and that the Osage Nation is encroaching on. That's not true. In fact, that's disappointing when I hear it. Because you know what? And I think I brought it up in my opening statement. If we run with Osage culture, Osage values, it's respect. And I respect someone who lives here. Was born and raised here. But I also respect the point that their family made a decision to live Colorado, California, wherever, Texas. But we're all Osages. And it's really disappointing to hear about people that are wanting to divide us. That's disappointing. And I do not believe we are comprised of two different.
Thank you. Go for it.
Well, okay, so I believe there's one sovereign Osage nation. The Constitution separates us into two specific electorates. One is shareholders that are Osages that vote for the Minerals Council. The other electorate is everyone that votes, that is Osage, that votes for the executive legislative. But we are one sovereign Osage nation. I don't think anything else needs to be said because that's what we are.
I'd have to say the same thing. I mean, the question implies that there's people out there that don't believe that, and I'm sure there are. But we are Osage. We're one people. We come together for events like this. We come together for our dances every year. We visit our people at Osage gatherings every year. We don't do that separately with certain groups. You know, the shareholders, as we understand, is mandated by the 1906 Act. It's within our Constitution. We're recognized as one people, as a nation. So with that, that's my answer.
Thank you. Ms. Owen.
Well, I believe the Osage Nation is all of us. We are in the Constitution, the minerals estate, as a independent agency. That independent agency is represented by the Minerals Council. But the annuitants are the ones that legally can benefit from the minerals estate. They're the only ones that can legally benefit from it. And that's in the 1906 Act. So it's kind of hard to keep it separate, but we're trying to do our best. And I will say this when we talk about it now, because we all do work together, whether you all think so or not. When we filed that case and sent it up to the 10th Circuit, the Osage Nation Congress backed us all the way. They did a resolution of support to pay for it. And then I believe it went over to whoever was the chief at the time and signed off on it. So that was a group effort to protect your sovereignty as we know it today. But is that going to help us tomorrow? It may not. We need to have maybe some laws, but we have to have teeth in our laws. The Bureau has them now. That's why we can go after an operator who doesn't do what they say they want to do. They have the teeth in their bark. We don't have that yet. Until laws are established and put up for us to take care of our own, it's not going to happen. And I hate to say this, but yeah, we have to have the Bureau. We have to have the Bureau, and I don't like what we have to put up with them because we put up with a lot that you people don't even have a clue to. But it's always there, struggling with these people to see that we are still here and they don't have the ability to eliminate us. They want to do away with our trust. They're not wanting to be out of the Indian business. They want to be out of the Osage Minerals Trust business. And they've done a pretty good job of it. They keep the operators out from coming in and drilling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are all Osage. We may not see eye to eye. We may not get along, but at the end of the day, I think we all have a camaraderie. We all have to live together. We all have to be together. I'm very surprised this question made it through vetting for how divisive it is, you know. The strife we've been through as a people, and we're still here, we're still strong. How could we be two tribes? We're a whole people. So I really don't like to entertain this question. I'll keep it short because I don't want to be divisive. What's the point in that? Get you nowhere. We got to live in harmony. We know music, right? As Osage people. Let's create some music with great harmony. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We're all Osage. There aren't two tribes. I don't know who got that started, but we're all Osage. We're one. The answer is in PL 108-431. We formed a new government. We have two electors. We vote, we shareholders vote on our minerals estate because that belongs to us. And then we all vote on Osage Nation government chief, assistant chief, and other matters. We're all one people. We love each other, and we're struggling to all get along. But we continue to talk about unity, and words are just words until you put those words into action. And the word unity is meaningless until we begin to put that word into action. And we must learn to do that. And it's time to act. It's time for us to act and put that word in. Thank you.
What does our trustee, the United States of America, say about that issue? I would recommend everyone go to the internet and look under Federal Register, or just look in the word search, federally recognized Indian tribes. And you will see in the Federal Register, published by the United States of America, that there are 575 federally recognized tribes right now. And there is no Osage tribe in there. There is really no Osage Nation. The way you think it'd be written, it's the Osage Nation. I'm not sure who did it this way. I guess it happened when we had our Constitution put in place, with a capital T, the Osage Nation. And that is the entity that the United States of America, the auditors, National Gaming Commission, everybody else relies upon, is who is federally recognized. There is no federal recognized subcategory of Osage Nation, in parentheses, just kidding. No, that just doesn't exist. So I'm a licensed lawyer. I got to be careful about making stuff up that is obviously way off base. That is totally nuts. It's not your fault. But there are two tribes? No. Doesn't work that way. Federally recognized tribe. What does the trustee say? Look it up on the internet. Federal Register. Real simple.
All right, thank you. That concludes our question rounds. We're going to do a round of rebuttals. It's 1 minute to address anything that you didn't get to address in the questions we asked or to each other. Again, 1 minute, and then we'll also have a 30-second closing round after that. We're going to start with Mr. Whitehorn for the 1 minute rebuttal round.
So I have a 1 minute rebuttal and
And then we'll do another round for a closing statement, 30 seconds.
just everything that looks like, to me, that there's a lot of work here. It's not how we got here, but this is where we're at right now. It's the Mineral Council, our mineral estate. It's where we go from here, how we go forward. There are a lot of issues. We've talked about the lack of funding, but to me, it seems like there's a lack of unity here, working within this group, working within the Minerals Council, just from outside looking in. That's what it appears to be. In my role, in my work, we strive to work as teams, and units, and work together, and I think that's the thing I would like to see addressed and bring to the table as a mineral on the mineral.
Thank you.
Thank you. One thing I didn't get a chance to mention in my opening statement, and I'm going to say that now. I'm going to use the word that we all know about, and for some reason don't want to address it or talk about it or do anything to make it right, but that's water. We have a water problem. More than 100 years of drilling has created hazardous waste and water contamination in many areas. and we have a duty to ensure that gets cleaned up. We have a duty to the environment. In fact, the Osage Nation's Natural Resources Group, they have that same duty. And I think together with them, we can apply for the kind of federal funding that we need to start the cleanup process to take care of our minerals estate, because that's making it ready as well for not just operators, but for our children, their children forward. So I'll leave you with that, but I know it's something that it's kind of a difficult issue to talk about sometimes, but
Thank
got
you.
the red card.
Is this a rebuttal?
1 minute rebuttal.
Okay. I'd like to talk about water too. We have no good water in the Osage. Every town needs a new water infrastructure. Not only that, we have the city of Pawhuska shipping in waste from Pryor. I don't know if it's human waste or it's data center waste or whatever, but they're putting it out here in the plant, which is actually north of Casino. That needs to be addressed. We don't need anybody else's, yes, basically. And that needs to be addressed. We need to protect our water from everybody, even the city of Pawhuska. We need to protect our water because the water is ours. That's life. If we don't keep it, we are not going to be able to exist anymore. And I think that needs to be a group effort headed probably by the Osage Nation. But I've gone to the water seminars and stuff, and I've asked to be a part of the different groups. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll talk about something that pertains to water as well, but the pore space is a big problem. We need to establish that as ours. There's a man named Gettner Drummond who made an illegal opinion. Well, he recused himself, stating that the pore space belongs to the landowner, and I don't believe that. You know, I haven't seen a statement from anyone either besides him about it, or an opinion. So, and the pore space, I mean, water runs through that, so that goes hand in hand. So if we can establish that pore space as ours and keep the state out of the state doesn't have anything to do with us. I don't know why they want to make an opinion. So we got to lobby with the federal government to tell them to back off. So that's my opinion.
I think shareholders would be amazed to know all of the problems that we're having right now that are really critical problems that we need to address. Pore space is one of those. We have predators, literally predators, that are after our minerals estate. Pore space, CO2, which is a big problem too, and they are after us. They want our minerals estate. If you would come to meetings or even listen to meetings on YouTube, you would be amazed at what this Minerals Council has to fight on a daily basis. A lot of people think that they haven't been doing anything. They have been, because I go to those meetings and I know what all they're faced with. They're faced with battles daily, and it's amazing what they have been doing. Could they do more? I don't know, but that's and I'm here to fight.
One of the benefits of still being alive, with half my wits at least, is I have friends in high places in the government that are in the same condition. People that I grew up professionally, and they are mostly in the Interior Office or Energy Office. The statement by the Interior right after the second Trump administration is, we're not going to cut sovereignty, but we will cut funding. And in a conversation with another member of that group last week, we are going to do some more cuts, more early retirement. I've been saying this since I was inaugurated 4 years ago. The BIA is getting out of the Indian business. It's going to get cut down, cut down, cut down. You can go to any member of the United States Congress. You can go to anybody in the Interior and say, give us more money. They don't want to hear that. We're going to support sovereignty, but we're not going to support more funding.
Thank you.
So I want to kind of go back to the question about when an operator is non-compliant. Well, one of the things that you do on that agenda is that I really think we need to overhaul our Minerals Council agendas where it's more detailed instead of a one line, that you know that what we're going to be discussed, and hold the superintendent accountable to report back to us with a thorough status and a report on who is not in compliance. Because we can't hear it afterwards. We need to hear it so we can act on it. So I come with more solution-based situations on the rebuttal for that. The other one is, it's more of a kind of an update to dovetail off a chief. And one thing that is happening up in Washington, D.C., I happened to speak with Department of Energy and also with BIA, and I was going to tell you some good stuff about it. They're doing a
Thank you.
memorandum of understanding because
Thank
to
you.
address these issues.
Okay, thank you all for the 1 minute rebuttal round. We'll do a 30-second closing, so it'll be a lightning round, very fast. And we'll start with Mr. Beam, 30
Oh,
seconds.
boy. My turn. I can already see the Facebook post coming. I'll tell you what, a long time ago, I served as a Marine in the Vietnam era, and at that time, I pledged my duty to my country. Well, I want to pledge to the shareholders that I will do that same. Wakon, do my best for the Minerals Council and serve the best interests. I'm confident, I'm eager, I'm anxious to share my experience and move forward. I have orange cards back there on the back table.
Thank you.
So, number 8 on the ballot. Number 8.
I would like to thank you all for coming today. I know it's been kind of trying on a Sunday afternoon to meet today. So we have a lot of problems here in the minerals estate. They didn't get here that quickly. They're not going to be solved that quickly. We need to take the time and come up with the infrastructure to plan out what we need to do to enhance this minerals estate. There's a lot of things that can be done. One thing we need to hold, and I don't know how to do it yet, because we do hold the BIA accountable for what they do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Many ideas have been touched on here today because shareholders have questions, a lot of questions. We need to keep this kind of exchange going, in my opinion. The shareholders, this is your minerals estate. If elected as a steward for your assets, you will know what's going on because I have every shareholder's interest at heart. I humbly ask for your vote and beg for you to hold your leaders accountable. Let me be your steward.
Thank you.
Our minerals estate is almost at a standstill. We have valuable assets, and our checks continue to decline. Burdensome policies and other issues are holding us back. We must confront these problems head-on. We can't afford risk, silence, or division. It's time for strong leadership, real accountability, and unity in action, not just words. I'm ready to protect the assets that our ancestors fought for, died for, and left in our hands to protect. Vote must rush number 11.
We need a plan. I have not seen a plan from this Minerals Council, how we're going to get through all this. And it's a matter, as we've all said up here, putting things organized and stay on a plan, and it takes work, lots of work. And that hasn't happened, in my opinion. I've listened into several of the meetings, and I don't see the cooperation that we need. And we need to understand that the Trump administration tells me they're more than willing to help us, but we got to help ourselves.
Thank you.
My family story is deeply tied to the Osage Nation, going back to Wathanka, who helped secure the land as our home. Wahaki, who served on the first Osage Tribal Council. His son, my great-uncle, John Oberly, who carried forward our family's commitment to the Osage people. My father, Andrew Buddy Gray, served on the Osage Tribal Council in the 1950s and went to Washington, D.C. during the termination era to help protect our people, work that helped to keep us from being terminated. My brother, Jim Gray, has served our nation with distinction, including leadership. Vote Margot Gray.
I'm Anthony Whitehorn, and I am running for the Minerals Council to bring proactive leadership. My main focuses are going to be restoring production, ending bureaucratic retribution, defending sovereignty in the 1906 Act that we're under attack by the poor space Attorney General's opinion. I also want to bring transparency and operational clarity to what the mineral state and how the Minerals Council functions. I'm not asking for a seat at the table. I'm asking for the opportunity to build consensus that protects the estate. We need leadership. I'm number 10 on the ballot, and I'd appreciate your vote.
Thank you. Thank you, all the candidates. Please give them a hand and appreciate you coming in today. And we'll take a short break.
testing. Can I please have group 2 up to the podium so we can do a quick sound check? I need Shadlow, Gray, Barnett, Waller, Shackelford, Rivard, and Lowridge. I'm probably saying your name.
All the folks in line, keep it down. We're gonna get started. We'll cut the music. Thank you. So reminder that we're gonna do an intro round, opening statements for 2 minutes. Each of the questions, you'll have 2 minutes. Rebuttal, 1 minute. Closing, 30 seconds. Mackenzie has the 30 seconds remaining is the yellow, and red is stop. All right. And we are going to go in order this direction, and we'll rotate as we go along. So we're going to have introductions now, and we'll start with Mr. Shadlow. And folks, can you keep it quiet in the back so we can get started? Thank you. Shh. Thank you. All right,
Hi,
please.
my name's William Martin Shadlow. I'm from Homney, Oklahoma. I live in the Homney Indian Village. Married. My wife's name's LaDonna. I got 4 wonderful kids, Noah, Chloe, Caroline, and Ryan. I'm on the 5-man board. I'm the vice chairman on the 5-man board. I did aircraft for 25 years. I worked for the BIA, and now I'm doing my own thing. Thank you.
Zani Wawi Hoin Pi Gombra, Maggie Gray, Ishtahe Jaje Abri, Vajaji Mizekani, Vajaji Jaje Abri, Wahakole Nikashiabri. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maggie Gray, and I'm from the Pawhuska District, and I'm number 2 on the ballot. I have a bachelor's degree in American Indian Studies. I'm the mother of Makbia Roan Primo. I'm Deer Clan. I'm a member of the Native American Church. Our family chapter is the Jenny Gray chapter here in Pawhuska. On my father's side, I'm from the Gray family. On my mother's side, I'm from the Revard and Tinker families. I'm a direct descendant of Henry Roan. I'm also a descendant of Claremore, Pawhuska, Watanka, and my uncle Jim Roan Gray, the former principal chief of the Osage Nation. My Wotsiko, my grandpa Andrew Buddy Gray, and my grandma Margaret Gray traveled to Washington, D.C. in the 1950s and fought for our Osage mineral estate and tribal sovereignty. This was during the Termination Act, and to my understanding, the Osage Nation was on the chopping block. Their strength is what inspires me today to run for the Osage Minerals office. My grandma, Margaret Gray, was the first Osage tribal princess in 1941. I, too, am a former Osage tribal princess, and I'm a part of the Osage sorority. I am ready to add a fresh perspective to the Osage Minerals Council, and I look forward to the debate, and thank you all for being here, and God bless you and your families.
Hello, my name is Barney Barnett from Fairfax, Gray Horse District. Really proud of my ancestry. I'm the great-great-grandson of Chief Nick. Makes me the great-great-nephew of Governor Joe. I have distant cousins all over this county and throughout. My qualifications, main qualifications for being here, I care, very proud of the Osage Nation. I want to make a difference, and I think I can make it. I have a bachelor's in pharmacy, Southwestern Oklahoma State, graduate degree, doctorate of pharmacy at the University of Oklahoma. All that led me to service in the United States Public Health Service, and I was blessed with working for the Indian Health Service for over 20 years. I took great pride in serving many people from many tribes all over this land, and it gave me great experience, various jobs that I accomplished in. I had a lasting impact wherever I went, and that's all I want a chance, make an impact on this Osage Minerals Council. I think I ask the hard questions. I know how to solve problems. And, the question is, are there problems? Yep, sure are. And I would like to be a part of that process to solve those problems. Thank you.
About 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask for your vote. I'm going to be looking for my 6th term in office. I've sat on 3 governments that you've allowed me to take care of. I come out of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I was supervisor for the whole field section of 1.5 million acres. I've sat on every committee. You talk about Washington, I've got him on speed dial. The next question is that I've represented nations all across the country of the National Indian Congress, the National Indian Housing Association, and the rest of the boards, the TRBs, CRTs, ITAs across the nation. I have dedicated my life and soul to this. I want to thank my wife, my children, who's allowed me to live my dream. With your vote, I get to complete that. You got problems? Well, I talk reality. You're going to hear a lot of rhetoric today, and I can tell you this much. You give me 7 good people, and we'll keep moving. I filed a lawsuit 27 years ago for $2.4 billion, and it got put aside. That tribal council I sat on knew what was coming. Now, we get to the United States government, that's our trustee. Well, they sure do not want to hear from me again. I see legislation and paperwork from Washington that states we can't sue them again. Well, I'm here to tell you, you give me 7 people, we'll ride a fast horse to get to them. The next question I have, state of Oklahoma, you're the shareholder. I don't want to point out a question of who does what. You do what? It's your money that pays that state taxation. That's what builds those schools, our roads, our bridges. And the future is something that I hope that we can fix, because the next question is, I've got to hand it over to my children and yours. I don't care if you vote for me or not, I'm just going to represent you.
How do you follow that?
Talk fast.
I'm going to be voting for you.
Thank you, brother. Best I can. I'm Anthony Shackelford. I've had the honor and the privilege and the responsibility and the duty last 4 years to represent the Osage shareholders. During that time, the experience that I've learned is invaluable. Couple that with my experience throughout the years with my work experience, my education. I sat on the first Congress for 6 years, having the ability to work with people like Mr. Freeman, Mr. Mason, certain people like that, Eddie Redigal, list goes on and on. I learned a lot from those gentlemen. They're all a little bit older than me, not much older than I am today, but back then they were considerably. But it's just a good experience. And these 2 gentlemen to my left, my right, he's been on for 5 terms. Paul is going for his 3rd term, I believe. Paul's been a producer for over 50 years. So my experience and my ability to learn and soak up knowledge is ongoing the last 4 years. And with your vote, hopefully the next 4 years, it'll continue to grow. I'm the proud father of 3 beautiful and amazing kids, Dominic Martin, Evelyn Ruth, Scarlett Amelia. I only got to pick Scarlett's name at the last, but first 2 I didn't get a choice, but I got to pick her name. I'm the son of Ruth, Roma, and Shackelford. My father was raised the first 10 years of his life in the Gray Horse District by his grandfather. My mother was from Hominy. I always say Mountain Valley when I'm talking to Hominy people, but and me and my brothers were raised in Pawhuska. So again, we've had the opportunity to represent a lot of the people, visit with a lot of the people, be on the grassroots of a lot of things. This past Saturday, I met with, I had breakfast with 3 different producers. So I've got my finger on the pulse of the oil business around here. We have opportunities to talk with people in D.C. on the state level. And we're fighting things on many levels. So I hear a lot of things about pore space, the 1906 Act, and all those other things. Again, my name is Anthony Shackelford. I appreciate this opportunity to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paul Revard. I reside in Bixby, Oklahoma. I was raised in Tulsa by my parents, George Revard and Patricia Revard. My father, George, was raised here in Pawhuska. He was a former council member in '66, and also again in the mid-'80s. His grandfather, my great-grandfather, Franklin, he served on the tribal council for 38 years, 26 years as a tribal council member and 12 years as the tribe secretary. So I, even though I wasn't raised here, I've spent a great deal of my career in Osage County on the mineral estate as a oil and gas producer. I joined my dad's oil company in 1977 at the age of 25 and have drilled or participated in literally hundreds of wells here. So for 49 years, I've been an operator, but not only here, but also Texas, throughout Oklahoma, and some in Arkansas and a little bit Nebraska. But being an oil and gas producer has been, I think, a contribution to the mineral estate. I'm able to not only, I can understand the issues that come before the council. Not only do we have the responsibility to develop it, but we also are supposed to protect it. And we can be taken advantage of if we aren't on our toes and do our due diligence and ask the right questions. So there's a lot of times over the last 8 years I've served on the council, which I'm so honored to do, that it's been a little bit confrontational to some of our producers, to say the least. But I'll
Thank
ask the
you.
questions, and when I start hearing the,
Mr.
you know-
Rivard, thank you.
okay, thank you.
Hello and good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking the Osage News and all of you who decided to show up and participate today. My name is Erin Bates Lockridge. I am from the Pawhuska Gray Horse District, where I currently serve as a cook on the committee. I'm a direct descendant of Governor Joe, Pawhuska, Bates, and who are rooted in service to our nation. I have a Bachelor's of Arts from the University of Oklahoma and a dual master's degree from the University of Missouri St. Louis. I am running for Minerals Council because shareholders deserve leadership that not only understands the oil industry, but also brings disciplined financial oversight and the capability of developing strong policies that protect the value, the integrity, and the future of our minerals estate. I began my career working in petroleum refineries across the country, where I worked in project planning and estimating, learning how projects are budgeted, managed, and executed. I later worked in wealth management operations, where I helped develop and strengthen policies, procedures, and compliance systems. Through my background in government contracting, grant management, and strategic planning, I have developed a high standard for budget management and the preservation of administrative integrity. Having worked directly with agencies such as FHWA, EPA, DOJ, and the DOE, I know how to build the necessary rapport to collaborate effectively with our federal partners. I intend to bring the same relentless focus to my work at the Minerals Council, advocating for our resources, precision, clarity, and a long-term vision that you, shareholders, deserve. I ask that each and every one of you reach out to me, get to know me, let's talk, because true leadership is not about speaking, it is about listening. My name is Erin Bates Lockridge. I'm number 4 on the ballot. I look forward to this work.
Okay, we will move into our questions. Again, you have 2 minutes each to answer the questions, and we'll start with Ms. Gray. The Minerals Council operates with a degree of independence by design, but decisions about revenue, infrastructure, and economic development affect the entire nation. How do you envision the OMC's relationship with Congress and the Chief's office, and where should the lines of coordination and independence be drawn?
I do believe that the OMC will definitely need to be working better with the executive branch and then also the Osage. Also where, actually, can you repeat that one more time? It was kind of a long one.
The Minerals Council operates with a degree of independence by design, but decisions about revenue, infrastructure, and economic development affect the entire nation. How do you envision the OMC's relationship with Congress and the Chief's office, and where should the lines of coordination and independence be drawn?
I am cognizant of the debate now in the Osage Congress about how we proceed in changing the law regarding the Minerals Council budget. At this time, the practical approach would be for us to elect a new body of Minerals Council members along with the new Congress and executive branch and continue this discussion in the fall session. Congress can appropriate tribal monies to help the Minerals Council operating budget at this time during this transition phase.
Okay, my vision for the Minerals Council. I see us as a branch of the other 3, and we have to work together. Without Congress, you know, there are obvious budget problems. And I see other avenues and opportunities to gain some monies. I'll use Public Law 638. We need to systematically take some funding from the BIA. BIA, I mean, it's no mystery. They don't have the personnel to help us. And we have to take the responsibility to get some of those duties. And I see this mineral council, they don't have the infrastructure to do what they do. There's so many problems. And so they need to build that infrastructure going forward if they want to survive. Because otherwise, we have so many threats, and we're just having a hard time addressing all those. And so I honestly see it as another branch of the government, coordinating and working collaboratively. Now, if that offends anybody, I'm just looking at the practicality of it. They need help, and that's why I'm here. I'm here to try to help. But if they don't have the proper tools to help us, what can we expect? I mean, I applaud you guys for trying to do what you have been doing. We need help on the Minerals Council. That's how I feel about it.
I have talked to my chief this week. I have talked to my Congress members this week. You fix what's that flat tire, but you don't go change the vehicle. All you've got to do is reach out. I have done that in every term. I took an oath, and that oath is not what's something on paper, it's to your people. Our traditional ways is our only great value. This is another person's element. And you can bring in the talk, but I'll tell you what's really going to happen to us is that I am protecting an estate for 12 years in federal Supreme Court, and I've won 5 cases with the help of my friends.
The Minerals Council operates with a degree of independence by design, but decisions about revenue, infrastructure, and economic development affect the entire nation. How do you envision the OMC's relationship with Congress and the Chief's office, and where should the lines of coordination and independence be drawn?
Thank you. Reaffirm Waller's statement. This week, I've spoken with 3 different members of the Congress concerning certain issues that sitting in front of them, whether it's in the committee, it's day 2, day 3, a lot of that stuff that I had experience working with back from not 2006 to 2012. A lot of those members of the Congress, I know those people personally. I knew their folks. So I know where I stand with them, and we're straightforward with honest with each other. We also understand that working together, whether it's the Minerals Council, the Congress, Chief's office, it's similar to the question today, is there 2 different nations? No, absolutely not. But there's 3 different branches, and then there's a Minerals Council, which is an independent branch. And oftentimes, it's like whenever you're sitting and your hands are together, sometimes, and switch one finger over like that, and it's not a perfect fit, but it's a coexisting fit. You do your best to make that work. And oftentimes, it's not easy. It hasn't been easy for 4 years. It wasn't easy the 6 years I was on the Congress. But still, yet, you keep working toward things and working mutually. And like Ms. Rutherford said, Aaron Lothridge, Aaron said oftentimes it's more about listening than speaking. That's why you have 2 ears. And so again, you work with those people. We've looked at different things, whether it's data centers coming in, whether it's pipeline people coming in, whether it's people with NL and those things like that. You look for different sources to raise revenue and help the shareholders survive, not to survive, but to thrive. But oftentimes, it's all about listening to those people. It may not be something that's germane to what we do, oil and gas and minerals, but you still show that respect to people and you listen. Everything that walks in that door has an opportunity. It's an opportunity that fits us perfectly. Oftentimes, it hasn't been. But the fact remains that we listen and we do our best, and we work with the other branches of government. It's not that hard. It really isn't.
Well, so we are an agency within the nation, and so we have our roles are different than the Congress and the executive branch. When we go to Washington, and I've only been twice, and I think that we should be spending a lot more time there. I think we should always be up and down the halls of Washington. But when we go there, we're not viewed as these different divisions. They just know that the Osages are in the room, and we have at times when we've asked for assistance from our state representatives, like Congressman Tom Cole or Frank Lucas, they want to help us in Washington with their colleagues in Washington, but they want us to be on the same page as the executive branch. They don't want to go in and fight for us and then have it be in the conflict of a position that the executive or the legislative branch would have. So we need to work together in that regard. But we are respected. We're very well respected in Washington. We need to spend some more time there. But one thing that I have personal experience with serving on these last two councils is that Congress to help write laws for us. They wrote a law for us to on our pore space. We needed some support of our primacy of the pore space, which is that area that's been mentioned where the oil and gas in saltwater is situated in, and we have control and governance over that. And we wanted, how could we expect anybody else to recognize our governance over our own pore space if our own nation hasn't? So I believe Congresswoman Whitehorn has drafted and adopted legislation to state that. So that's another area of cooperation.
Yeah, if you hear the bonking, it's your podiums hitting the stands.
All right, hello? Yes. Perfect, okay. Yes, the Minerals Council is separate. It is separate in its duties, and it's separated because of the 1906 and how the Constitution. But it is imperative that the Minerals Council works with Congress, works with the tribe, works with executive, because we only have a $1 million that comes from the royalties, and there's not a whole lot you can do with that $1 million. So we need to prioritize. What are we doing? How are we making this happen? And working with each other so that the additional monies or the additional efforts can be joined together. Because whenever we have issues and we go to Washington, D.C., it is imperative that we are standing next to each other as one Osage to fight. As far as economic development, we as the Osage Nation has a lot of opportunities, and we can utilize the differences of all of the areas that we have. We have the LLC, who by chance could own a rock quarry. That rock quarry with the royalties could come through the minerals, and that money goes to the shareholders. And then with our other arm, our government contracting, then we have the money that's being economically driven through here. Then we have our transportation side through the government, making our money vertically integrated for ourselves, keeping our money inside the Osage Nation where it belongs, and ensuring that the royalties to the shareholders are developed and are maintained strong.
In the chief. Yes, I think we need to team up with the Congress and chief. And there's a lot of departments that the tribe has that can write grants for us that we could use the money for other projects. Let them get the money for us. Take care of everything. Thank you.
These are not, there we go. We are going to go to question 2, and we'll start with Mr. Barnett. Are current royalty rates adequate? And how would you evaluate whether the Osage Nation is receiving fair value from the extraction activity on the estate? If you believe rates should be renegotiated, how would you approach that process?
Glad you asked that question. How we have lived with CFR 25 for so long, I would like to know who negotiated that, our royalties. I think it's absolutely ridiculous, the royalties now. I know somebody's going to say, well, you're going to scare off the well owners. Well, so be it. Why couldn't we have a production company if they abandon their wells and they have a producing well? But I think the royalties need to be based on a tier system. You know, when price of oil's $30 a barrel, let's keep it where we're at. When it's $30 to $60 per barrel, let's make it, this is an arbitrary number, let's make it 24%. When it's 60 to 90, let's have another raise in the royalty rate. And then when it's over 90, you know, we should be topped end out around 40% at least. That is how I feel about it. Now, if you look at other countries, they have similar things. And, I mean, if we don't rewrite that CFR, and I understand it's a formal process, will it take a couple of years, possibly maybe 3? But I think we need to address CFR 25. I don't see how it's helping us at all. Thank you.
In consideration, we're looking at contracts that were done over 100 years ago. When Phillips Petroleum was given the added addition of going into a water flood, your council set that rate on behalf with their trustee, United States government. The government has been involved in every bit of this negotiation. Now we carry on that aspect of they get to keep doing that because Capture Point's paying the same royalty. Every time I've asked, and you all even got me reelected last time I asked that question, why don't we raise it? The best part is I tried to raise it less than a month ago. When a company comes to the Osage Minerals Council, they're not gifting you nothing. The last comment I have, remember I brought up I used to run the field section? We were up to what, 16,000 barrels a day approximately? The consideration is this. You talked about the CFR codes. CFR codes, the easy way to fix that, when I was in the Bureau of Indian Affairs, non-compliance to a federal regulation, I'd go in the file room, pull their file, and sign the termination of that lease on the spot. And the non-Osage boss of mine would give it back to him. Brothers and I are field inspectors, gaugers. I've had my life threatened out there over that. And I'll tell you what, that's the other point. Boy, did they almost make the worst mistake in their life. I'm just here because of my folks. I'm just here because of everyone you're talking about. That was our families. That Mahoy. So let's get back to the royalty before I drift off to, I haven't ate yet. The next question is this.
Thank you, Mr.
We'll check it out for you. Checks in the mail.
Well, you know, again, there's processes everywhere. You know, whenever you go to the Department of Interior Bureau, they'll tell you that the paperwork that our leases or the information that's contained on it is their property. I always use the example of the health system. I said, whenever you go to the doctor and you have your information in a file, you want to change providers, that should be provided to you by law. So whenever we're talking to our producers and we're wanting to raise the royalty rate, oftentimes, unless there's a conflict in the Arab world like there is today, and the price of oil goes up, oftentimes, like today, to drill a new well is over $300,000. Back 10 years ago, it was between $30,000 and $50,000. Mr. Revard could attest to that. I'm sure So again, there's this process that we have to go through, but in order to attract more producers and to make the producers that are already in place better suited to drill more wells, raising the rates, it's a precarious, it's kind of a slippery slope, because oftentimes we bring some people in and some people pay different rates. But we want to encourage people to come in and want to grow and strengthen our minerals estate. So there's certain ways you can go about doing that. So meeting with the producers, talking with them, I can promise you those 3 gentlemen I met with this past week eating breakfast, not one of them is okay with raising rates. I promise you. You know, we try to, try to help the producers out as much as we can, whether it's through quashing the regulatory regulations or other things. We try to work with them every step of the way, because they're the ones that are out there doing the work, and we benefit from that. But at the same time, they have to recognize our authority. And so whenever we're doing negotiations with them, and we're capable of doing that, we need to make sure that we're taking the proper steps to do it, or we could, it could cost us in the end. So once again, asking to raise the rates, certain things like that is something that we've looked into, like Mr. Waller spoke about, and that's always something that's on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. This has been brought up during both councils that I've served on. When I first was drilling wells here, the royalty rate was 16.66%. Over the years, it went up to 3/16, 18.75. And then when the price of oil jumped pretty good, the council before ours raised it to 20%, like Councilman Waller was talking about. Well, the thing is, and Osage Mineral Council 4, I asked the DEMD, the Division of Energy and Mineral Development, which is used to be under the BIA, and then it wasn't. Now it is again, I believe. They had people on staff that were at our to be able to assist us in certain projects, and that's one thing I asked them, is to look at the 5 contiguous counties of our mineral estate, which is 2 in Kansas, Chautauqua, and the Collie County maybe, and then also Washington County, Tulsa County, and Pawnee County, I think, maybe, or K. But anyway, we asked them to look at that. They sent somebody in to each of those county clerk's offices, and they pulled every single oil and gas lease filed within a 1-year period and checked what were the royalty rates and what were the terms, the length of time the lease was for. At the time I was serving on Osage Mineral Council 4, the term was 2 years, which it took that long almost to get a drilling permit. So by the time you're at least halfway through your term, so anyway, we had them look at that, the term and the royalty. What they came up with from those 5 surrounding counties was that the average across all 5 of them was a 3/16 royalty, 18.75, and a 3-year term. So I made a motion to consider changing the term 2 years to 3, and we did.
Thank you.
But I do need to say that it
Thank
has
you,
to do with
Mr. Rivard.
competition.
Thank you, Mr. Rivard.
I've got a whole other speech coming.
Okay. Thank you.
Royalty rates are,
Sorry.
royalty rates are an imperative part of the council's work. And it is important that we go through and discuss negotiations and take care of those that we must. However, the first thing that we need to get in place is we need to get expert producers back in Osage County. And they will not come here if they do not have the information that they need, they understand the timeliness of how it works, and the trust of Minerals Council and the BIA. Those are our biggest issues facing us right now. We also must work with the BIA to look at our leasing and permitting, because right now the workflow is insane, and it is completely inconducive to the work
Mr. Shadlow.
Hello? Yes, I think we need to make a change on that because these oil companies ain't going to leave. If we raise the deal on that, I think they won't leave. I think we need to raise the percent up to 30 to 40%. If they don't like it, let them go. We'll put somebody else in. Thank you.
We must have more allies in the U.S. Congress who care a whole lot about the Osage mineral estate. Right now, there are suffocating regulations in Osage County that are hampering production. There has been a problem with this going back decades. It means showing up more in DC, talking with Congress members, and having a more productive discussion. Inherent in the way the feds do things, there will always be a more burdensome process, but I promise you it does not need to be this difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to our third question. We'll start with Chairman Waller. The trust relationship is both the OMC's shield and its ceiling. Which parts of the federal trust relationship are essential to protecting the estate, and which parts function more as administrative habit than actual protection?
I don't have any bad habits. The habit I have is that we're trying to deal with the United States government, and we as a council, and I want to support my former council members here and the present, because we took a task that the federal government called us on a Friday morning that they were not going to appeal that case, and my council by 3 o'clock had it filed in the United States Court of Appeals. I'll tell you why is because if we do not win that case, you ought to, I just can't wait for this when you make the book about me, because you're going to listen to what NL attacked me over, and it was you. They tried everything in the book. I've beat 3 of their attorney groups and 3 CEOs. And it's just because I told them one thing. I'm going to whip your right with a wing and a prayer. So I'm going to just say this. Let me have the consideration. If they're not doing their job, turn me loose with 7 good people and we'll get them. Thank you.
Need the question again?
Trust relationship is both the OMC's shield and its ceiling. Which parts of the federal trust relationship are essential to protecting the estate, and which parts function more as administrative habit than actual protection?
The essential part of it, whenever you look at the windmill case, for instance, is that whenever you're going out to the field and you have a truck that pulls up, whether it's a Bureau of Land Management or whatever, a tribal truck, whatever happens to be on the side of it, you pull up there and you got the United States federal government seal on the side of that. All of those gates that were closed will open. Whenever you walk into federal court, you have federal people working for the United States government, attorneys that have a lot of resources, and it was paramount to our victory in the windmill case, having those gentlemen and the lady, I believe, I can't remember her name, that sat it in Tulsa at the federal court, and we become victorious in the decision of that. Of course, right now it's been in appeal for over a year, but they were told to take those things down. We supported that. So again, once we have those certain things in place, and when we're going to court and we need the 700-pound gorilla in the room, they're very handy. But on the flip side of that, whenever you're looking at regulatory things, whether it's well records, you're looking at how to try to facilitate getting things sped up in the oil field where they can do more drilling, more workovers and things like that. It's like dragging a ball and chain. And so we go to DC, we hire people that have the lobbying ability to talk to people up there, whether it's Langford's office, whether it's Lucas's office, whomever, Mr. Mullen's office, we have those contacts. The chief mentioned that earlier. He's got contacts on that level as well. And so whatever it takes, if he can open some doors for us as the council, so be it. We go to the Congress and they create laws that help protect our flank, like they did on the force base. I went down and sat down with them. I visited with 4 or 5 of the ladies on the Congress. A couple of weeks later, they come out with the law through Mr. Gill. It was vetted, approved, signed off on, agreed to by us, the resolution. It was sent over to the chief's office. He signed it off, and it's law. That's part of the deal, too. Oftentimes, we have to stand our own ground, even against our own trustee. Thank you.
So the the regulatory part, the CFR Title 25, Part 226, they've been in place for over 120 years, and they've worked. They could be improved upon, but what the federal government has done is they're not necessarily, but what they came up with is regulations that are more burdensome than the ones that we have. So I'm recognizing that they need to be revised, but the federal government, or the BIA, does assist in the collection of our royalty and the accounting of our royalty. They haven't always done a very good job at that, but the enforcement of it, not just the inspections of the physical wells out on the leases, but also on the compliance with the lease terms and the regulations. That's done at a relatively local level, the superintendent's office. And I will say this, that we have a superintendent now that is friendly and wants to help, and his name is Adam Tremblay, a little different than what we had with Miss Robin Phillips a few years back. So they can only do so much. And we are very unique as Mineral State. This CFR's Title 25, Part 226 is unique only to us. And we've had people in the past try to copy and paste regulations from the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, and try to make that square fit in a circle or vice versa, and it doesn't. Our estate is so unique, we have to have our own set of rules, and the enforcement, even our superintendent may not want to have to enforce certain things, but his hands are tied as well.
So there are inherent federal functions, right, that the U.S. government has, and those are required within the 1906 for our protection, right, and to hold them accountable to what we are owed and what is deserved to us. The problem is a lot of this regulation that is in place that prevents us from making the movements that we must is what we need to renegotiate and what we need to talk to them about. We cannot control the BIA, but we can control how we work with them. And it is imperative that we start the conversations and that we hold them accountable to those requirements that they are to do. And if they are incapable of doing that, then we need to think ahead of what's the next steps. How do we make sure? Because I'm tired of us sitting on the sidelines waiting for someone else to do it for us. We must stand up and we must take the action. Thank you.
Did a job over there for a lady over there in Fairfax, and started on that job, and the state started going to put a new bridge in right there. And we could not find nobody who we could complain to. They never did call her or let her know. They just told her that day that we're going to take this fence down, this road right through. And there was no way for us to find out. I searched and tried to get help for her, could not find it. That's one thing we need to do, is get where we can help on the land. Thank you.
Getting closer and closer. Ms. Gray.
The burdensome regulatory aspect is something that needs to be examined and improved. At the end of the day, we do need U.S. Congress members who want to help us. The essential part is that the subsurface estate belongs to the Osage Nation, and that can never be broken.
Can you repeat that question?
The federal trust relationship is both the OMC's shield and its ceiling. Which parts of the trust relationship are essential to protecting the estate, and which parts function more as administrative habit than actual protection?
Well, I think our sovereignty is part of the trust issue. And we need to exercise our sovereignty. Everybody wants to talk about it, but I think there needs to be a collaborative effort in exercising our sovereignty to ensure that our trust is kept in. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move to our rebuttal round. It's 1 minute each, and after that, we'll do the closing round, which is 30 seconds.
We're already,
Yeah, we're
I want to go
cruising.
more. These guys are good.
And we will start this round with Mr. Shackelford.
Starting off, part of the bedrock for what we do is the 1906. Right along with that as well as the Constitution. We have to figure out how to best make both of those work together to support each other and support the shareholders of the nation as a whole. Looking at growing it, whether you're looking at economic development, other revenue streams, whatever that happens to be, comes into our doors. We vet that, we give it serious consideration, all 8 of us. There's been numerous times we had to say no to some people because it didn't fit exactly what we're talking about. There was times where we were looking at other things. You look at those kind of things, and then everything goes through the processes, and oftentimes you find yourself in the court of law, like it or not. So you have to go there, just like the windmill cases, whether it happens to be victorious in that. A $150 billion company has an appeal. So here we are a year later. Once again, we have all these battles in front of us, and none of them are easy. We're here to stand tall for the shareholders. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to go back to the subject of the raising the royalty. For one thing, it's written into our leases. That's one thing that we do have the ability to set the royalty rate. We challenged that in court in 2015 in front of Judge Frizzell. That's one thing that was ruled, that the royalty rate was determined by us. And so it was mentioned that some of our royalty is at different rates. Well, our royalty on our water floods is at a 1/8 typically, because it's so expensive to handle all that water. So we recognize that. So they need a break on the royalty. So that rate is different than the regular gas well, oil well and gas well that doesn't have a lot of water expense. But anyway, back to the point is that we have to be competitive. We have a resource that diminishes. So what we need to do to compensate that is to have more oil. So we need more activity. And so we need to be competitive.
You, Mr.
This isn't necessarily a rebuttal, but there's one very important part that I feel like we have not discussed today. And that's what are the first things that need to happen at the Minerals Council. And I believe that there needs to be proper training and onboarding immediately for this Minerals Council. There needs to be training on the Roberts Rules, the 1906, rules, regulations, expectations. There needs to be more accountability and discussions with our shareholders. There's got to be opportunities for you to speak with us so that we can get done what needs to happen. I would love to see a strategic plan developed. That way it's the voice of the shareholders on what we need to prioritize. What are our first things that we need to function?
They don't have nothing to say.
Okay.
I don't have a rebuttal, but I did want to talk about pore space in the recent state AG's opinion. So I was very disappointed with the AG's Drummond's opinion, which stated the pore space did not belong to the Osage mineral estate. That is a direct attack on our Osage sovereignty. And more broadly, I agree with our Osage AG's opinion. The pore space belongs to the Osage minerals estate. This is yet another example of outside forces and even potentially our future governor attacking our sovereignty and using the law as a weapon to take down the Osage mineral estate. Thank you.
Back to that CFR. can't tell me when the price of oil was $145 a barrel, by not moving that royalty price, they weren't making money hands over fist. I'm not saying we have to be punitive in that manner. I think, and I understand it's a precarious slope, but if they're making money, I think we need to make a little. I mean, here we are, we're worried about maybe increasing a few percentage points because we're going to scare them off. You hear what you're saying? They're depleting our resource, and we're supposed to reward them. That's how I feel about it.
Why are we still here? God wills it. Think this paper shuffle is going to protect us? Nothing above it. We started off in ceremony. I'm going to end my day in ceremony. I want you to realize something else. They want to be in this consideration for this council seat. You better just leave everything else at home. Because these folks, you moved that on me. I told you, don't be. And just the rebuttal on that is over the exact comment. Why are we going to look at this? Because you're worried about an old archaic oil field. I'm not stopping where you put 2 red cards in. The next one is that the future of my child has way more involved than anything that we're talking about. I'm going to claim everything from global thermal, every precious metal, and articles that we're going to find underneath that Arbuckle. We've got a deep well that might run the country. Oh, I don't have to stop. The last thing I want to say is thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything. My editorial board, I love them because they're my family. Oh, I'm not stopping. You let everyone else go without taking their money. Appreciate you all. God bless you. We'll all see you in heaven.
Thank you. All right, closing 30 seconds. We'll start with Mr. Rivard, 30 seconds.
Well, okay, so I'd just like to thank everybody for coming, for giving us the opportunity to introduce ourselves and to give you a little insight of what we're thinking and what we believe in our credentials to serve on this council. It is an honor. When I sat in those chambers for the first time, I was just in awe knowing that my great-grandfather had been on the Hill for so long, and my father sat in maybe the same chairs that some of us sat in. So I just want to thank everyone for this honor, and I'd like to ask you for your vote, number 12 on the ballot. Thank you.
This is not just a role to me, it is a responsibility. A responsibility to my family, our ancestors, and to every shareholder that's out there. I urge you to use your power as a shareholder today. Make sure that you go out and vote. Even if you do not vote for me, stay informed, stay engaged, and vote for the leadership and direction that will move the minerals forward. Because real change only happens when shareholders are participating. This is not just your choice. This is your responsibility. I am Erin Bates Lockridge, number 4 on the ballot. Thank you.
I'm looking for your vote. I got a lot of projects that I'd like to bring in. I'd like to bring back green electric and work with natural gas on with all the natural gas we got here. And with all our oil. Got a lot of big companies that want to come in here. I'd like to bring them in here, introduce them. Thank you. Number 26.
Federal law and the Osage Constitution protect our mineral estate. Right now, there are outside forces that are wanting to get out of the Osage mineral business. I am part of a younger generation who is stepping up and saying, no, not on our watch. Let's all work together and become the future Osages that will protect our Osage mineral estate. Please vote Maggie Gray, number 2 on the ballot, number 1 in your hearts.
been an honor to have the privilege to speak before you today. I have the skills and the ability to help. That's why I'm here. I'm here to help the Osage people. And if I could leave with one message, you know, we are a unique tribe. There's only one Osage nation. So let's act that way. Let's work together in one direction. Thank you. So, number 18 on the ballot.
Are you done? One thing I won't forget is how I got here. The last effort I'm going to bring you is that I was wanting to give you the list of my brothers and sisters I've sent home who helped me get here. It's your families, our own. That was heart-rending for me. I sat on one tribal council, we replaced 4 of them. And I'm going to tell you this, don't you ever think I'm going to let anyone disrespect our elders from that group. I want to talk about a lot of them. And that she's going to hold this up, so here's the last thing. I'm number 15, but I'm number 1 in your heart.
Still your line.
Well, when I ran 4 years ago, I've done a lot of soul searching and why. And in order to be a shareholder, I've been one since 1990. I lost my mother back then, and my brothers, we've suffered a lot of loss, a lot of family. And to emphasize that we do the best that we can, that I picked my kids up from school one day, and I was on the phone talking to Everett or Paul or one of the gentlemen, and my son Dominic gets in the car, and I hang up the phone, and he says, "It's 24/7, Daddy." I said, "Sure is, son." And so once again, we're here to represent you folks. Don't ever think that you're not in our hearts and our minds, just like our children. Thank you.
All right, let's give a round of applause for our candidates in group number 2. Thank you. We'll have a short break.
Yeah.
What are we on?
I'm sorry about messing your name up.
3. Oh, we're ahead of schedule. It helps to put out the
It just goes by so quick.
I know,
got
it
so much
does.
more to say.
Hello, everyone. Can I please have the group 3 up to the podium for a sound test? Brown, Davis, Cheshwala, Red Eagle, Redcorn, DeRoyne, and Yates. Please come to the front so we can do a quick sound check. We're getting ready to go live.
so we can get started. Our candidates are ready. We're missing. Have
See that.
Okay, we'll begin. One thing we want to note is please do not clap in front of the microphones because it is very loud online from our viewers out in TV land. So thank you for not clapping in front of the microphone. All right, we'll start with our intros round, and again, it's 2 minutes, and we'll give you the sign at 30 seconds is yellow, and at red, stop. We'll start on this end.
Hello, I'm Mark Davis, running for Minerals Council number 23. Thank you all for being here today, and for all of you out there watching this on video, thank you. Thank you for taking the interest. I'm from the Perrier family. It goes way back. Peter Perrier Sr. and Jr. and Susan Perrier was one of the daughters and married my great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, excuse me. I have, including my grandfather, there were 8 in his family. 4 were original allottees, 4 were born after the cutoff. And some of my earliest memories of being in Osage were going to Perrier family reunions in Skytook, which really didn't realize the importance of it at the young age that I was. I'm married to Celeste. Together we have 24 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren. I'm doing this primarily for my grandchildren, for you, for myself, for the members of the tribe, nation, and all the shareholders. I'm doing this for them. I've been in business for a good part of my life, and had a family business. My brothers and father and I started a company with nothing in 1969 and grew to one of the largest restaurant companies in the nation. So I have a lot of business experience. I've encountered a lot of difficulties during that time to overcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Joseph Blackbird Chishawala, Gray Horse District. Been honored to serve you all for 2 different terms. From my retirement from the Bureau of Indian Affairs from 13 to 18, and this last term here. On my mother's side, I'm a Blackbird and Williams. My father's side, a Chishawala and Quentin. I worked for the Minerals Department 32 years, 1984 to 2013. Worked the entire county as a gauger and field man. Restricted landowner, rancher, and lifelong Pawhuska. Been here all my life, plan to stay here all my life, and plan to keep working for you all in one way or the other. Thank you.
Afternoon, Hawaii.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Myron Red Eagle. I'm from the Wakon district here. I just live right down the street here in the camp. And Onkistama, Wawajaji, Mikshe. I've been on the council 3 times. This is my 3rd term, and I served on the 2nd Mineral Council. And on the 2nd Mineral Council, I started what we call a Watanka scholarship based on one of my great-great-grandfather and uncle, and he's the one who started it all down here by surveying this land, the Osage land. I wanted to do that for not only for our shareholders, but for our people that are coming up that want to learn about our mineral estate, especially from people in college that are majoring in the energy field. I started a newsletter in the 2010, the 2nd Mineral Council. I assisted also in 2018 on the 4th Mineral Council with the well plugging program. And we started it. It was shifted over to the Osage Nation. I think they're doing a pretty good job of it too. I want to state for sure that I still want to continue to enhance the Osage mineral estate to produce more oil for our shareholders, which is important. I want to continue to do that. And I want to continue also to defend, protect, and develop. I want to repeat that, defend, protect, and develop the mineral estate. And that takes revenue to do that, lots of it. And sometimes we have a lack of that. Also, it was mentioned before, the trips to Washington, D.C. We made a trip up there, and we felt like we'd done some progressiveness on it, but it needs to be, we need to go up there more often. And multiple trips, I've stated in the past that we need to go up there at least maybe once or twice a year to make a dent in some of the people that are there, especially Miss Senator Lankford, Frank Lucas, and thank you.
Thank you.
Hoy, dahe na kashe, dahe mikshe, Wahakali majadetse. This is the home of the Wahakali people. My grandparents lived straight over here in the oldest home in the village. Their names were Harold and Emma Louise Redcorn. I love to speak our Osage language, work with our children, love our dances and culture. Right here at Wakon Iron Hall, this is named after my great-grandfather's younger brother. And we're something we're really proud of. Both of these gentlemen were deacons at the Osage Indian Baptist Church, Raymond and Wakon, just north of our village. I have a master's degree in chemical engineering. I was picked up by ConocoPhillips during that time. I worked on their project at Oklahoma State, and then I was brought into the company back when. I also have a BS in engineering from the University of Oklahoma. Back in the day, we started the Orphan Well Project. That's we worked on that early on, and that's something I wrote the grant for, and we got that moving. We eventually plugged 86 wells, and a lot of work there. The CO2 project, we got that moving, and I just want to improve on that. I want to say, working on a geothermal project, grid grant, I wrote that. That's moving. I'm asking for your vote. Thank you very much, Tolly Redcorn.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, relatives. For those who don't know me, my name's Ruben Baptiste DeRoyne. I answer to Bat DeRoyne ever since my mother at a young age. Having 2 Rubens in the house created a lot of confusion. I come from the Zonzoli district here, located in the Hominy Indian Village. I also maintain a home there that was given to me from my father, which was passed down from him from Silas Russell, who's the original lautee there. I come from the Russell family. My grandmother's name was Ruth Ferguson Russell DeRoyne. I'm grateful for my family to be here today. Many of you have seen my leadership come out when I was elected to the 5-man board in the Hominy Village there, and this was my first experience of leadership, and actually I am proud of the results that we had there at the village. And back in 2015, 2016, we come across $4 million there from the Congress to basically restructure the whole village square there, Hominy Indian Village, that Arbor sits on there, community building. That is the type of community involvement that I bring to this council here. I'm just asking for your vote because we are in a pivotal time. You know, we need strong candidates with cultural values. We need candidates that know how to be transparent, and we need candidates that are Osage all the time.
Thank you.
My name is Paul Yates. I'm a petroleum engineer, and I have a master's degree in environmental engineering. I started out working for 2 different drilling companies in Osage and Pawnee counties. Went to work at the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Osage Agency, in 1982. Continued my evening in education, bachelor's and master's, and I was acting branch chief of minerals for about a year. My term there as an engineer, I would advise past tribal councils on oil and gas proposals, in charge of permitting. In those days, we could get a drilling permit approved in about 2 days, following the regulations, and things will run so much smoother then. I've got a lot to say. Let me jump to this. Our problem at the Osage Agency is the Bureau of Indian Affairs. BIA does not know how to be our trustee. We need to teach them, and we can do it. With the right group of people, we can teach them. We'll develop leverage with our United States congressmen, contacts that some of the other new council members have, candidates have in Washington, D.C. We have a plan. We have a plan on the pore space issue. I just read an opinion on that issue, and I think we can win it. It's almost in the bag. I hate to overpromise. I'm excited about it. I've done consulting work since retirement for the tribal council. I've done consulting work with Wilson Pipestem. I know these issues, and I know how to fix them. I've fixed them at other agencies, superintendent and as an engineer. It's hard to say all this in 2 minutes. I had trouble with 10 minutes in Houston. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, reminder not to clap in front of the microphones. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to start with our first question, and Mr. Teshwala will start us off. Industry moves faster than government by design. How do you keep the Minerals Council from being outpaced on data, contracting, and oversight?
Well, we have to just keep on working with the lessees. Here in the county, that's one of the main things. We have to have good relationships with our lessees and keep up with things and keep up with the new technologies. Eventually there's going to be a breakthrough in the technology in the oil patch, and that's what we're waiting on right now, because there's still millions upon millions that's still left untapped for resources. We're just waiting on new technology to come aboard. And I hope we're here to see it. Thank you.
Yeah, there's been a study here on this mineral council that there's possibly 93 million barrels of untapped oil on our Osage reservation. That's a lot of oil. And there's technology out there, but I think I go to those Osage Producer Association meetings when I'm invited, and they have their limitations, you might say. But I think if we work with the producers more than we are right now, I think it would be a big plus, a big positive advancement with whoever's on this council. Work with them, producers, as well as the Bureau of Indian Affairs, whatever technology that's out there. In 2010, at the Second Mineral Council, it was brought up about the putting some gaugers, some artificial intelligent type of deals on the gauges on the tank batteries, where they could use your phone, figure out how much is out there, turn it into the BIA, things like that. That's the new wave right now. It's even more so now, but it cost too much money that the council at the time didn't approve of it. But it's still out there. There's things like that we could really be hip on, if you know what I mean. If we do that, we'd know what's out there, and maybe just on a minimum basis at the start. It would cost a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Industry moves faster than government by design. How do you keep the Minerals Council from being outpaced on data, contracting, and oversight?
Data, contracting, and oversight. How do we keep that? Well, I've been here, again, I wrote the grant for, when we found 93 million barrels CO2, enhanced oil recovery, miscible flood. That's something I did my research on. I had a company over here in Bartlesville. We were doing that in the Permian Basin and also in the Denbury down in Louisiana. Some of the very intriguing results that we were getting. We started out in floods, and back in those days, enhanced oil recovery with surfactants and polymers and whatnot, even critters. But the biggest promise was CO2. It became 3/4 of the recovery. So that's one of the drivers I had. You're asking the question on information. We are battling with, well, I wouldn't say battle, we're working hard to get our website in place. It has some data. We've also been really struggling with the Bureau to get our information because that information is valid. So lo and behold, I took a class at the Fort Hays State University at a graduate level GIS to see if we can develop that capacity in-house, and I think we can. So, and one thing I did see was the remote sensing ability of this product. So we take our GIS, we take our current website, and we also incorporate all the information we have, which is really valuable. I have a contract in place right now with 2 engineers looking at behind the pipe properties and information. They said we have an abundance of ability there, and we'd like to have them help us focus on getting that information in our website. Thank you much.
How would I keep the Minerals Council from being outpaced? It is by utilizing the resources provided by our grassroots organizers we've seen in the water symposium. Out of minerals is to build our communal interest and sourcing community input, being transparent, and being able to stay informed with new technology. Thank you.
It's kind of a compound question. If I miss something, remind me. But staying up to date on information and technology, that falls in line with a lot of problems we're having right now. And that is our trustee. The problems we need to solve are problems that our trustee is not solving. And getting our information, you know, for years, for over 100 years, our well data was available. And now they say you have to FOIA that information. There's a couple of ways to approach this. We could convert those forms moving forward to tribal forms. Then it wouldn't be a federal government document. It belonged to the tribal council, Minerals Council. Gosh, I'm getting lost here. What was the other part of the question?
Industry moves faster than government by design. How do you keep the Minerals Council from being outpaced on data, contracting, and oversight?
That's going to be very difficult because we are funded at about fourth of the level that we need to be. A friend of mine did a study 25 years ago. When we were funded at about $3 million a year, 3.5 at that time, similar venues with the same one royalty owner, 1 million plus acres, they had a staff of 60 to 80 people just for oil and gas operations. So we need to negotiate with the BIA, bring us up. We're always going to be behind because our trustee is not doing their job. We need to bring them along. Like I said in my opening, they don't know how to be our trustee. Minerals Council knows how to operate these things. A lot of us have experience working in oil and gas, working for the BIA. We need to bring the BIA in as our trustee, show them how. That way, reduce the opportunity.
One thing about technology, it has a tendency to find you maybe before you're even looking for it. So we're doing so many things now with our computers and cell phones, Zoom calls, and who would guess we'd be doing this 10 or 15 years ago, 20 years ago. We have universities in this state, in this area, University of Tulsa, University of Oklahoma, and Oklahoma State University, that do research in recovery operations. And I'm reminded of something I came across just the other day, that in out in the western part of the county, when they started flooding, the oil companies had removed about 250 million barrels of oil. And when they discovered flooding, a new technology, they got an additional 125 million barrels out of the ground. So there are things like that waiting for us. We have a lot of talent here in the candidates, and I just know that part of their duties is being on the Minerals Council, because all of us can't know everything. It's going to be relying on those people to go find the technology that we need.
Okay, we'll move to our next question, and we will start with Mr. Red Eagle. How do you position the mineral estate for the energy transition without compromising sovereignty or being pulled into someone else's agenda?
Could you repeat that, please?
How do you position the minerals estate for the energy transition without compromising sovereignty or being pulled into someone else's agenda?
The mineral state started in 1906. Up to that time, it was the Osage Nation was a reservation, as some of you had probably studied. In 1906, the only two tribes in the state of and became the state of Oklahoma were called Indians and our tribe, the Osage tribe. They were the last two to be allotted the land, top surface, and that's where it starts right there. And that's a transition in itself, if you think about it. That was a long time ago. They were in covered wagons and horses and saddles in those days, you know. But at the same time, when they went to D.C. to do that, they accomplished something, kind of more or less a compromise. Theodore Roosevelt signed the Osage Allotment Act. It's not the Osage Act. It's the Osage Allotment Act. He signed it, and he was Republican too. And he had a hard time with Indians, what I understand. But that's the transition that we're going through right now. And we got gaming, you know. We have other sources of income. But the main thing is the revenue. That's where the transition is concerned. I think if we work with the Osage Nation, or even pass a law that the Osage Tribal, the Osage Nation Mineral Council get more revenue, we could transition a lot better, and maybe even have leases of our own to produce. Mm-hmm. And that's the transition that I can see, that people, maybe if you realize that, that's what you have to think about. Because and what they were thinking about in those days was survival. And in another mode, we're in that survival too. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'd like to remind our Osage people that in the 2023 is the maximum recovery we got with primary production. Kind of came down, came up in 1949, secondary water push. So now we're talking about what we found, enhanced oil recovery, I think is our third bump. Something we really strongly need to look at. And what we wrote the grant, we found 93 million barrels. So I think this is very important for us Osages to go after that. It's bringing CO2 into the picture. We can be CO2 experts out there. We've got a lot of young engineers, Osages, that can grapple and grasp this thing and move it forward. Energy transition. I wrote the grid grant. One of the things I'd like to do is get the grids out there, microgrids too, in some of these areas that don't have the electrification, to get those areas back and moving. One thing we're writing now is a GEO grant to look at storage ability to bring energy up through water, steam, and CO2. Writing that grant now, so I think we can balance the grid and be that kind of entity to balance energy transition into the new. So I ask for your confidence, but also let's get together and let's make this thing move. Thank you.
The minerals estate has the ability to tap into other raw minerals, lithium, copper, et cetera, as the conversation of pore space has been brought up, and out of that you can get brine you can use for salt for the highways during the winter, or brine to be able to keep salt from forming, keep ice from forming on the roads. So there's a resource there that we could probably try to tap into, be able to have revenue, different types of revenue, be able to support the Minerals Council budgets, however.
I agree with what Tolly Redcorn had to say because we went to grad school together. But additionally, on a discovery well, on primary production, you'll get about 15% of recoverable oil. Next is secondary recovery methods, which is water flooding. The next level is tertiary, so you should get another 15% from that reservoir in tertiary production. And whenever the CO2 injection first came along and we saw how successful it was in a single source up at Coffeyville, I thought, we've got refineries down around Tulsa, over at Ponca City. We need to find this flue gas and have that available because running out of reservoirs to do secondary recovery on, certain parameters that they have to meet to be eligible. But I think that the CO2 is going to be a huge factor moving forward. In fact, if we didn't have it right now, payments would be about $1,200 less per Headright. So we got to keep looking. We need a Minerals Council that can work with our potential new lessees, current lessees. It's all about negotiating and keeping that door open. I believe you never walk away from the negotiation table until you get what you want or as close to it as you can get. And you maintain your diplomacy through the whole process because you may find yourself back at that table again. So that's my take.
How do you position the minerals estate for the energy transition without compromising sovereignty or being pulled into someone else's agenda?
Well, I think the answer to that is that we have some talent here among all the candidates. And I would suggest you elect a couple of guys that really know their stuff in oil and gas, and a couple of guys that know how to deal with the federal government, and a couple of guys that have had good business experience, a lot of common sense, a lot of learning as they go, and that's kind of who I am. But there will be new technologies, and as I said before, the technologies tend to find you, and they found me in business. Somebody comes up with a new technique, a new discovery, they're going to be out there hawking that. They're going to be out there making sure that all of you know and all the drillers know. So those people are going to bring technology to us, and with the talented mineral council that I hope we have, we'll be able to utilize that, whatever comes along. My stepson, R.J. Walker, many of you know, we have decided together that we strongly believe that common sense is what's needed. And as we work our way through this, it is common sense and a reliance on the people that do know the science. But everybody on the council doesn't need to know the science. Thank you.
Well, I'm still kind of old-fashioned. I'm just oil and gas, really. But I know this much. With the transition that's going on right now, one of our big things we're having to fight is our non-Osage surface owners and them trying to get in on our pore space, which we've had primacy over for over 100 and some odd years, ever since we've started this oil business. And that and the state, I believe, are the two biggest opponents we're going to have in the future. So that's where I'm at with that, and transition to different fuels and everything else, because that just comes, like I said, that just comes along. It'll find us. Thank you.
Okay, we will move to our third question, and we'll start with Mr. Redcorn. Do you support federal legislation that would make it easier for a non-Osage headright holder to transfer their headright back into Osage ownership? If so, please elaborate on how you would make that happen.
Hard time.
Do you support federal legislation that would make it easier for a non-Osage headright owner to transfer that headright back into Osage ownership? If
So you're asking to get Osage headrights back.
And how would you do that?
How would we do that? How would we do that? I've said some things on my tenure. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. I think we need to absolve them. They're out there, they go away. We don't have to push and give them to somebody else, and I push that. I'm not getting a lot of response from that. That way, it doesn't go into us and go to somebody else that we don't agree with. They just go back into the Osage ownership, the ones that are voting. Not everybody else, just the Osages that are voting. That's what I think we need to solve. That takes the decision process out of the equation. And then we're not having to listen to, say, people don't agree sometimes with the nation. We don't have to, and I've said this in our meetings, and like I said, this is something I feel we could strongly do. And I've asked our attorneys to look at that. So again, I think we could absolve the Osage share pieces, or those that are non-Osage, that the Osage share piece gets bigger. And that the decision process is not anyone's business. It's just absolved and it's transferred over. I think that's a clean, easy way to do it. Thank you. To known families, it's our decision how we transfer them. You are correct. It will go to the families.
We'll let all of our candidates answer.
Can I hear the question again?
Do you support federal legislation that would make it easier for a non-Osage headright holder to transfer their headright back into Osage ownership? If so, please elaborate on how you would do that.
Yes, I do support that. I believe that the Minerals Council has a draft bill from Congressman Frank Lucas to support this. like to get together with the Osage shareholders as a whole, to be able to hear your all's voices, to be able to see where we want to go with that, see where those headrights ask you all, because you're a part of us. That's the main thing, is see where you all really want that to go back to. That way that we're not over here just, running things the way we want to. I want to hear from the shareholders. I want to hear from everybody. That's the way we did, reverting back to the 5-man board and back in 2016. I called me along with the other 4 members of the board, where we called upon our folks there that belong to the Zonzoli Elong State. And so we had, not everybody showed up, not even this amount of people showed up, but the ones that showed up had valuable input. And we took that, we formed a game plan and worked with Wallace Engineering to be able to come up with architect drawings and things. And we have, as Zonzoli people, we came out with a good product out of that, I do believe. It's been shown that other other villages have went back asking for money to be able to redo or revamp what they've already planned out. I'd like to say that Zonzoli didn't have to. We have, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I would support such legislation. But the devil is in the details. It's a property right, and I see a couple of ways to solve this. Chaining title on those headrights that we're talking about that have gone outside the tribe that people want to get back. The Bureau does not have easy access to those records. Some of them are in storage. I can't guarantee that we could get our hands on all of that. We might have to make assumptions along the way, and I don't even know if you can do that when you're chaining title. It wouldn't be as clear as day. But if these individuals and corporations, churches, and schools want to give that back, I would suggest working with the Office of the Special Trustee, maybe creating a special 930 account. Like most of us have a 930U account, allotted Osage. Create that account, separate from anything that goes to Minerals Council. Park all those revenues there, capture that interest. Then if eventually we do chain that title, find out who the rightful owners are, it can be distributed. Or, like Tali said, take it back and distribute it across the board. That might be disappointing to someone who feels like, you know what, I was an heir to that person, you just took my head right. So this is going to take input. It's going to take a lot of deliberation. Unfortunately, it's going to take some attorneys. So, but it can be solved, but it's difficult. It can't just be done that easily. I hope you understand difficulty in chaining that title, tracing that ownership.
Well, my attitude is that those headrights belong to us. And every generation that goes by sees a further dilution of headrights. So the more children we have, which is great, but the more dilution there is until the point where maybe that headright doesn't mean as much to our great-grandchildren or great-great-grandchildren. That they're not looking for it for their whole survival. And I think if they're not doing that, then maybe they don't appreciate it. I think that returning those shares to the shareholders where is the only place they should never be. I know that in our history, institutions have acquired shares. That's not where they belong. They belong with us. They should be with us. and it will strengthen our shareholders have those returned. Now, the method of returning those shares, well, that's a nuts and bolts question for the attorney types. And I said earlier we should have a couple of some really good technical people in oil and gas and some good common sense people, but we also need the attorneys. Always need the attorneys, but there's a way to do it, and it's like so many of the problems that we've had or that we've discussed today. We will probably have to take baby steps. This is not something that will be done overnight. We have so many problems that require a little bit of progress every year. Thank you.
We are in discussions with Frank Lucas over that very same subject. He is very receptive to our what we're talking to him about. He's very receptive to our ideas. He wants us all to get on board together, and that means annuitants, non-annuitants, and executive. Once we get a plan all together, they're going to go for it. Frank Lucas said he would go for it, and he would do it, and he would pass the legislation to see it through. So that's the main thing. All of us need to get together, all three different departments, and figure out how we want to disperse it once we get it. But they do want to give it back to us. Killers helped us with that. There's a lot of people that feels guilty about that now, a lot of families that came from guardians that they don't want to have nothing to do with that now. So that's one of the things we're working on, and we're going to try to see through. Thank you.
As some of y'all remember, I think it was last fall, there was a resolution on the Mineral Council to do just this, and that was with Representative Lucas. He just like Councilman Tish Wallace said, he wants us to work together, and it was on the table, but it didn't pass. And I was kind of disappointed in that for various reasons, that everybody had their reasons why they voted against it. And it's going to take a lot of information gathering. I think some town halls with the shareholders is appropriate. All three districts, even California, Colorado, Texas, wherever the Osages are at, we'd have to talk about this. It's going to be a long, difficult process, because when they do start returning, there are going to be thousands of people going to be claiming these partial head rights. Most of them are going to be fractions. And that's just like they've stated before, it's a doable thing. It's a doable thing. Representative Lucas, the main thing he pointed out to all of us on this council and the council before, it started in 2018 actually with Wilson Pipestem. He said, I want you all to work together, executive, legislative, judicial, and the Osage Mineral Council alike. Work together, and this can be done. And it's possible, more than likely, it's going to be on this next council, more than likely. So that's what everybody needs to know, that, because it's going to be a long process, and it has to be rethought and thought again. Thank you.
All right, we will move into our rebuttal round. You'll have 1 minute to address anything that's come up you want to address, and then after that, we'll have a 30-second closing round. And we'll start with Mr. DeRoyne for 1 minute rebuttal.
I really don't have a rebuttal. I'd like to just put my stance is that there's more than oil and gas out there, that I'd like to invest interest in other minerals, as far as rock and sandstone, that's dirt. You know, we've, in my experience, I've been actually driving by a location that hauling dirt into this gentleman's property, leveling out, and it's actually coming from Osage Gilcrease Hills there. We really, I don't believe that we know where all our dirt and minerals are to be transported to, so I'd like to further invest and look into that. Thank you.
You know, someone asked me the other day, do I believe in the 1906 Act? And I do. We paid a terrible price for that 1906 Act. Treaties, the loss of life, many deaths, Osage deaths. We had to move away from our ancestral lands. So that 1906 Act, that established our sovereignty, established our relationship with the United States government as our trustee. And I feel that in my heart. If you're Osage by blood, you feel it here. I think that's all of us. So yes, I won't tell you what I said. I said, who the heck doesn't? But I didn't say heck. Because that's how we feel. That's how our families feel. That's how we were raised. And I say that to reassure everyone where we stand and to set, we need to negotiate with the BIA in a friendly manner. Thank you.
No real rebuttal, but I do want to add something, talk about returning headrights. And an adjunct to that is returning Osage lands to the Osage Nation. And my father-in-law, Mark Freeman, talked a lot about that. He believed in that, and we did have several talks late at night about things like that, and he took a lot of steps towards being able to return land to the Osage Nation. He was one of those people that helped to establish the current government that we have now for the tribe. Wise man. Thank you.
Well, all this past 4 years seems like it's kind of been one of those songs. It's been lawyers, guns, and money. That's basically what we've dealt with. Lawyers with an L, lawyers with poor space, one thing after another. I'd like to see it get back to the way it was whenever I worked for the Minerals Department. Whenever things rolled out quickly and we're doing business again. So that's where I'm at with it. Thank you.
I'd like to reiterate on the data, artificial intelligence. There have been companies that have come to us about with the data information technology like that. We need to be more open to them and maybe even sign a deal with them some way when it comes to production. Also, that involves transition. You know, about where we go. Where do we go from here? You know, maybe we can buy some leases, produce some oil. If nobody else wants to produce it, let's produce it ourselves. Do it that way, if it's possible. We got to remember too that we're the Bureau of Indian Affairs is the trustee since 1906, and it's a long time. So we have a lot of work to do, but I'm willing to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Osage News, editorial board. Wonderful questions. Appreciate the opportunity to respond to my answer. I don't have any rebuttals other than challenge to our Osage people. I really like what Mr. Chishawala said. Let's get back to business. When I first started, we were approving 300 leases a year. I want to get back to that. We get to in our meetings, we start talking about the pie in the sky, but I want to talk about producing oil. 96% of your check is from oil alone. A little bit of gas, a little bit of stone. Let's get that up. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm going after that 93 million barrels if you guys vote me in. Thank you much.
All right. Our last round is 30 seconds, and we'll start with Mr. Yates.
Oh, 30 seconds to close?
Yes.
I agree with Mr. Chishawala. We work together at the BIA, along with Brother Everett back there and others. And we talked the other day, and Everett said that we worked back in the golden days, good old days. And I said they really weren't. They were good days, but we were not funded at the level that we should be. Get back to our trustee. We need to fix that. We need to bring them along, educate them. We know how it needs to be operated. We need to show them how it needs to be operated. Need leverage, and we can build it.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow shareholders and fellow members, we are fighting an enemy that's really difficult to define. And it's a long fight, and it's going to go on a long time. It's not going to be solved tomorrow. We must make progress. We must every year make progress. This is like fighting an enemy of smoke. And it's hard to get a hold of, and it's hard to see. It's hard to know what to take into battle. Thank you.
Well, I became a landowner through tragedy. I'm one of the last of the Reign of Terror people. So that means a whole lot to me and my land, working for you all. So just remember, number 21 on the ballot. Hope I'll get your vote. Thank you.
I'm number 6 on the ballot. I'd like to thank the Osage News for this opportunity to express ourselves and for this new campaign. And I also want to say that I have a business degree in business administration from Oklahoma Wesleyan University. And I've served on 3 boards, on the 5-man boards. I'm still on the board out here today. So I want to encourage the voters to go out and vote. That's the main thing. Vote, vote. Your cousins, your relatives, your friends, everybody, encourage everybody to vote. Number 6 on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you much. Just a reminder, shareholders, 93 million barrels we found for CO2. Behind the pipe, open opportunity with our engineers today saying we've got a lot of potential out there. 96% of your check is oil. I'm not saying let's cut out. I got the grid grant going. Let's balance that with storage and see what we can do with all our resources, convert that energy over. I'm Tolly Red Corn. I want to challenge our people. Let's go even further. Thank you.
I'm just grateful to be here today and to have my family here and be a good representation for the Osage Minerals Council here. And just again, want to do my best to be a good steward of the Minerals Council, Minerals Estate, and leave this in the best interest for my children. Thank you.
Okay, the final round of applause for our candidates. Thank you all, and we'll have a short break. to me so much.
With this. Testing, testing. Can I have the final group come up for a quick sound check, please? I need Good Eagle, Gray, Tillman, Tonita.
No,
Big Horse and Hamilton. Big Horse, Big Horse and Hamilton.
Okay, just remember that when this
I know, it'll rattle. I'm a professional. I'm playing a rock band. I've got good. I have
That's
good.
right, you have a good.
I have good microphone technique.
We're gonna take care of. That way you're not struggling. Actually, come on, stand right here. I'm gonna write my That's what Oli knows. You don't want to work with this one. Yeah, Oli was like.
It is on.
Hello.
You know.
Hello. Check.
Yeah, there's.
Check back his phone. Okay.
Not working.
I know. That's why I'm like.
Excuse me.
Relax, it's not that bad.
No, I think I didn't want to be yeah, I just wanted to be able to write the questions down so I don't have to go back to them.
Go ahead and speak into that one.
Because that's gonna.
Check.
Big Stand Boogie. All right. Aunt Leanne.
Okay, folks, we'll get started again on our last round. So please take your seats.
Shh.
Aunties. Please take your seats. We'll get started. Hello. Okay, we're on our last group of candidates, and Ms. Holmstrom.
Been here all day.
Been here all day.
You've been practicing all the answers in your head, so you're ready to roll. All right, we'll start with our introductions. We'll have 3 questions. Well, shh. I'm gonna have to break out my whistle. All right, we will have opening statements for 2 minutes. We'll have 3 sets of questions for 2 minutes, rebuttal for 1, and closing statement 30 seconds. We will start at the end here and this way and rotate through. So please begin when you're ready, and opening statements, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Bourbon Hamilton. And first of all, I've been here all day and nobody's thanked a veteran. So thank you, veterans. Thank you, Osage News, for holding this forum. I come from Pawhuska. I am Wanaji for the Pawhuska Wakakali district here, although I do have family in all 3 districts. It's a privilege that serving on the Pawhuska War Dance Committee for over 30 years. I like to stay closely connected to our community. I'm a graduate of Haskell Indian Nations University with the emphasis of business management, also the Tuck School of Business. I'm a graduate of the SBA, Small Business Administration, E200, How to Build a Successful Native American-Owned Business. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the Osage newspaper for holding this event. And my name is Kenneth Big Horse Jr. I am running for the Osage Minerals Council, current member. That's to protect the 1906 Act, defend our headrights, and ensure the Osage Minerals estate remains strong for every shareholder and our future generations. I come from the Big Horse family and Pearson family. My great-grandfather served from 1916 into the early 20s. My Uncle Lawrence, he was assistant chief under Chief Tinker. My father was assistant chief, served on the Minerals Council under Chief Jim Gray. I continue the legacy for what they've done. With that, I've give you a little bit of my experience. I worked 10 years in the Bureau of Indian Affairs, 4 years under Wakon Red Corn, land operations. Then I moved over to minerals. I was a gauger at that point. Did some field operations whenever out. I'm also current head singer for our Pawhuska district. I've had the privilege and honor of being able to sit on our drums for the last 40 plus years, serving with this lady, her mother. Today, our minerals estate faces many challenges. Federal delays, regulatory uncertainty, abandoned wells, outside pressure, information that confuses shareholders. The issues require steady and informed leadership, grounded in Osage values,
and real-world experience.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Angela Sapahoodle Tonita from the Hominy District. I am the great-granddaughter of Chief John Oberly, Sarah Petsamoy, Fidelis Cole, Pearl Caillou. I'm of the Golden Eagle clan. I have been a Headright holder and a landowner since I was 22. I graduated from Stevens College with a bachelor's degree in clinical counseling psychology. I retired from the Bureau of Indian Affairs at the Osage Agency in 2016 after 32 years. I developed my community and communication skills while working in human resources. I understand and implemented extensive budgeting for education and employment clientele as the vocational development specialist. I processed a wide variety of interoffice documents in minerals lease management and spent 17 years in minerals oil accounting, reconciling oil reports and purchaser statements. With my valuable work experience, I am confident when I am elected, I will assist our Osage Minerals Council in regenerating our revenue and support getting the Orphan Well project fully operational as intended. Thank you, Osage News, for this opportunity, allowing me to speak today.
Hello, everyone. I am Chuck Tillman, and I am running for the Osage Mineral Council. I want to thank the Osage News for hosting this and putting this together. It is a pleasure and a privilege to be here today. I'm the son of former Chief Charles Tillman Jr., grandson of Josephine Good Tillman, and great-grandson of Holland Maggie Yellow Horse Good. I am a direct descendant of Governor Joe. I'm a retired physical therapist. I served 26 years as a physical therapist, 20 of those years in IHS. I currently serve on the Gray Horse Board, 5-man board, and past 4 years as chairman. We are shareholders, owners of a multi-billion-dollar mineral estate. The oil and gas production is a multi-million-dollar asset that we own. We are in the oil and gas business. The next Mineral Council has the responsibility to maximize responsible production of assets which mainly involve oil and gas. As many of you noticed, the amount of our Headright checks has been on a slow decline. Why is that? The main reason is lack of production. Last year, new drilling on the Osage was at an all-time low. Why? Mainly because our oil producers are shackled with unfair regulations, policies, and the BIA is severely understaffed. To get an approved lease, it takes several weeks, even months, before a producer can start drilling. That is money out of your pocket, and that is money out of their pocket. It is an unfriendly environment to drill in the Osage compared to other Oklahoma counties. If elected, you can expect me to lobby and negotiate with the BIA, the U.S. Congress, to remove these unfair policies. I will push hard to hold the federal government to its trust responsibility. I will work for you. We are in the oil and gas business. I will make knowledgeable, sound business decisions on your behalf. I will be actively engaged in Mineral Council meetings, fight unfair policies and regulations. Chuck Tillman, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Olivia Chisso Gray. I've been a shareholder since 2005. I come from the Revard and Big Horse families, and I'm from the Pawhuska district. I'm a mother and a grandmother, and everything I do is guided by the responsibility I feel to leave a stronger, more transparent, and more stable mineral estate for the generations that come after us. I was asked to run for the Minerals Council by shareholders who wanted someone with experience in building systems, writing policy, and creating processes that make programs work better. That's been the focus of my entire career. When I served as the director of the Osage Nation Family Violence Prevention Department, I rebuilt a program to a nationally recognized model by thinking holistically about safety and healing. I built a data system so that we could give more accurate information to our federal partners but also that we could analyze the data and find trends so that we could do better and expand our services. I later founded the Northeast Oklahoma Indigenous Safety and Education Foundation. And in that grassroots organization, we provide services to families of missing and murdered Indigenous people. And I brought those same skills with me to build systems, to organize and analyze data, and then to make better and sound decisions from that. I've also served as a policy advisor for the executive branch here, and I've written legislation. I wrote the Osage Nation Secure Transactions Act and found a sponsor for that. I did the LLC Act. I've updated criminal laws here, especially regarding sexual assault. And I currently have 2 pieces of legislation that I've found sponsors for this session of Congress. One having to do with state funerals or services for our elected officials, and another that has to do with domestic violence as well. Thank you.
Hoey, my name is Amanda Proctor Good Eagle. I have a degree from Harvard, a 4-year degree, a bachelor's in biological anthropology. I have a law degree from the University of Tulsa. I have certificates from the University of Tulsa in Native American law and in oil and gas law. I got the highest grade in the university in a class called International Petroleum Transactions. I have a lot of expertise in this area. I'm battle worn, I'm battle ready. I've been in battle for you, whether you know it or not. Not by proxy, not with my Visa card, but there directly, boots on the ground. I've been in the bowels of the archives in Fort Worth, looking through boxes, looking at that old archival records of our shares and how those shares were alienated by hook and by crook. I've been at the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals, arguing and assisting in the argument of a case having to do with the restoration of our Osage Minerals Trust. Those cases are Fletcher 1 and Fletcher 2. Justice Neil Gorsuch, who's a justice of the United States Supreme Court appointed by Trump, rendered one of those opinions and spoke of that opinion during his confirmation hearing to serve on the United States Supreme Court. I put my money where my mouth is. I am one of 4 lawyers who spent $96,000 of our own money on what you may ask, on service of process through private process servers and certified mail of all of the non-Indian, non-Osage Indian, and non-living, non-human being persons who profit every quarter from our Osage mineral estate. I know who all of those people and entities are. I know how much they profit and how those profits were derived. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move into our first question, and we will start with Mr. Big Horse. Does the OMC currently have the legal, technical, and financial staff capacity it needs to govern the estate effectively? And if not, what would you do about it?
I believe so. It comes down to our office, pretty good staff. Of course, everything that we do, we've got to get an attorney. Another one.
Hang on a sec, we're gonna move your mic over.
Do I need to start again?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Repeat the question.
Does the OMC currently have the legal, technical, and financial staff capacity it needs to govern the estate effectively? And if not, what would you do about it?
I believe so. We've got a pretty good staff. They keep us up to date on most everything. We do have a law firm out of Washington, D.C. that we communicate with pretty much daily. Another attorney out of Denver. They keep us up to date. Try to work closely with them. One out of Denver, he has a pretty good relationship with the Trump administration, especially the BIA. But yes, I do believe we have a decent enough staff. We could do better. Of course, anybody could do better.
Does the OMC currently have the legal, technical, and financial staff capacity it needs to govern the estate effectively? And if not, what would you do?
Okay, I believe for the legal part, thank you, Kenny Bob, for mentioning that. Yes, we do have lawyers that are helping assist the Minerals Council. And there's always room for improvement, but I think using what we have and visiting with them and providing all the information necessary to work with these and improve the lawsuits to win, that's fine. As far as technical, I think some of our staff, technical and staff, yes, we have spot-on people that are pretty privy to all of the technical new softwares available, and those are already that's the administrative of the Mineral Council office. Thank you.
So basically, the question is, can we run our own oil company? I think we can, but what I would need is a 5-year plan, the structure of the company, the financials of the company. How are we going to finance this company? I would need to see the profit and loss sheets that we expect from this company. And from that, we can make an informed decision. Do we have the capacity to run an oil company? Like I said, this is a multi-million-dollar oil company. Do we have that capacity within the nation to do that? Also, the consequences of that may be that we take trust responsibility away from the federal government. We will not be under their umbrella anymore. We will be responsible. We will have liability lawsuits maybe pop up and no one to cover us. Like my dad always said, the 1906 Act, the Allotment Act, that's our gold coverage insurance that protects us each and every day. If something goes wrong, the U.S. is responsible for it. We don't give up your gold coverage on your insurance. Keep that insurance in your pocket, because the United States has that trust responsibility to represent us, and they are legally bound to do their job. They have that fiduciary responsibility. Not too sure about running our own oil company. That's basically what we're asking. Is it legal? Probably so. We could probably get laws passed to do that. But do we want to take on that financial burden? Do we have the money? $1 million a year isn't going to get it done. That's a drop in the bucket to an oil company. It's not, like I said, I would have to see a 5-year plan, profit and loss sheets, and how the structure of this oil company would be. But I hate to lose that 1906 Act coverage.
I have concerns about capacity, simply because I've run some numbers and I've looked at just the salaries, fringe, and direct costs, and I believe they're running with if we just look at the $1 million alone that they get annually, that we're running at a deficit, if not very close to a deficit, and it's a big concern. And we can grow capacity financially, technologically, and all of these, legally, all these different ways when we have the budget to do that. And so that is a big concern that I have, and I think that we need to take a harder look. And what would I do to resolve that is create a detailed budget and provide that to Congress and say, look, we get this $1 million, but we still need 1.5 more if we're going to run this thing efficiently and effectively. Thank you.
So I mentioned a few minutes ago about the 4 lawyers spending $96,000 to serve all the non-Indian shareholders. And we were given a list of those non-Indian shareholders. I knew from my own family that many people on the list were dead. Many of the institutions on the list, non-existent. I had a big argument about this with Alan Woodcock, who was the solicitor for the Bureau of Indian Affairs at that time. I was very angry with Alan. I said, Alan, you made us spend $96,000 of our own money trying to serve dead people and defunct institutions. They were incapable of being served. And he just stared at me blankly. I said, Alan, you made me serve Jean Harlow, or try to serve Jean Harlow. I said, Jean Harlow's been dead since the 1930s. Everyone knows this. She's a famous actress. And he laughed and said, well, it wasn't Jean Harlow, the actress. It's Jean Harlow's mother. She's only been dead since the 1950s. He thought that was funny. So, and maybe it was. But that's an example of how terrible the records are that are being kept, and how there seems to be no interest or little interest on the part of the tribe to eradicate that. I don't understand this business of robbing Peter to pay Paul. I don't understand why the Minerals Council is reflected in the chief's indirect cost plan, so that the chief is taking money from the Minerals Council to pay for overhead, and then the Minerals Council goes and begs to Congress with a golden cup, knowing that there's $2 million worth of funds that haven't been drawn down through the line of credit control system, is my understanding. I don't understand these accounting games. Was that in a grant somewhere? I mean, I don't get it. I think all these lawyers need to go. I think that the Attorney General should be competent and should have someone who can perform those functions. Thank you.
It's hard going last. Everybody says everything that you wanted to say, but I'm in agreement that the legal should come out of the AG's office. They should have some representation. You know, they should have representation on all our business with gaming, and the Osage LLC should be coming out of the AG's office that represents us as the nation. So the budget, I think the Minerals Council needs to perform a budget analysis and present a budget to Congress and get funded that way for the shortfall. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to our second question, and we'll start with Ms. Juanita. Do you support the BIA and other federal agencies carrying out all of the functions related to the Osage Minerals estate management, or should the Osage Nation take over some of those functions?
Well, I believe the BIA is something that we need to keep in close contact with, because they have a federal trust responsibility to us as Headright holders. And they have been here with us, and unless we tell them to go away, they will. But right now, no, we need to keep them right here. And as far as some of the programs that could go with the tribe, with the Osage Nation, yes, a few of them could. Some of them have already, and there may be one or two more that need to be considered. And the first one will be probate, because a lot of our friends are not able to vote and not able to receive their Headright checks yet. So I think that's one that really needs serious consideration from all of us that will be elected on the Minerals Council. That might be one of the first and foremost, along with setting up new updated bylaws and rules and regulations for us. Thank you.
I believe that the federal government has that responsibility as our trustee. And I really hate chipping away at the stone, taking little pieces of the 1906 Act or our guaranteed responsibilities from the trustee and taking that away. Pretty soon, you know, they're going to look at us and say, you guys have taken over most of everything. You don't have that coverage of us anymore. We're just slowly whittling away at this 1906 Act. I know the processes are slow. That my wife and I, we filed for that irrevocable trust, and it's been months since we've heard anything from them. They are understaffed, but that's what I mean when we go to Washington and negotiate, that you have got to federally fund us to function properly and in a timely manner. It's unacceptable what you're doing. If you can't, we may have to sue you. It may take a lawsuit. But I just sure hate whittling away at the 1906 Act and taking away responsibilities from that. If it happens, everything should be through the Mineral Council. Everything should be under the jurisdiction of that Mineral Council to process all the things that we are thinking about, because I try to keep it as close to the 1906 Act as I can. So that would be the mineral council's their responsibility because they have jurisdiction over the mineral estate. They represent us, the shareholder.
I do believe there's a way for us to start building capacity and taking over some functions without diminishing the trust responsibility. And I think we need to start looking at those things. I get concerned when I look back at how many generations we've just been kind of passive royalty recipients and just kind of wait to see what the oil prices are going to do. I think if we're truly going to manage the mineral estate, then we need to start building our capacity so that we can do that. Thank you.
I think the technical term here is called compacting. We compacted our health clinic away from the Indian Health Service so that we could operate it ourselves as the Osage Clinic, and we're doing that. We've compacted to run law enforcement, and various other functions are carried out by the tribe. The mineral estate is different. There's a lot of functions, and some of these functions are like brain surgery. Some of these functions are carried on here at the Hill. Some are carried out in places like Albuquerque, New Mexico. Have you ever written an oil and gas title opinion? I have. It is like brain surgery. There are so many annuitants. Those checks go out, they go out in highly fractionated shares. It is a very precise operation. Chief Standing Bear has already said that he desires to compact many, if not all, of these functions. He said so. He's running for one of these offices. He will probably be elected. You need someone on the council who is as smart as he is and as strategic as he is. I'd like to think that that's me. And he's one of the best attorneys, probably the best attorney I ever worked with. He is an all-around attorney. He can write briefs. He can argue in court. He can negotiate. He can carry and fill a room. And those are rare skills. Most attorneys sit in cubicles all day and read contracts. That's not him, and that's not me either. And you need someone like me who can think independently and who can weigh in on that debate that we already know is coming. And maybe I will agree with the chief at the end of the day. Maybe I'll agree on some functions but not on others. But you need me there as a ballast to what's already in the pipeline. Pardon my pun. Thank you.
I believe in Public Law 93-638, which is compacting. I went to Haskell Indian Nations University. Since day one, I was there in orientation. They said the federal government wants to get out of the Indian business. And then when we compact, with the $1 million that they have, the operating budget, that's where we come with that budget through the Congress to catch up on all the shortcomings they have there. Thanks.
Repeat the question, please.
Do you support the BIA and other federal agencies carrying out all of the functions related to the Osage mineral estate management, or should the Osage Nation take over some of those functions?
I'm very uncomfortable with compacting. Plain and simple truth. Mr. Yates, Mr. Tishawala, and I was there. We had a pretty good staff. We had Angela and the girls up front. We had 12 or 14 of us in the back, and we did as best as we could with that many of people. What they've got today is just unthinkable. I don't even know how they can keep up with it. I don't even know how they can come up with reports that the superintendent comes each month. I'm not sure how they come up with those figures, other than the fact you just have to rely upon what the producer's selling. So with that, I'm very uncomfortable with compacting at this moment. If somebody can convince me otherwise, I'm willing to listen. Thank you.
we'll move to our third question, and we'll start with Mr. Tillman. Should the Osage Minerals Council act to protect water or minerals potentially impacted by any future data centers?
I think we should protect our water rights at all costs, at all times. That is very important to us. That's part of who we are. Like previously spoken, that is life. Water is life. But I am not opposed to a data center. I'm not for it. I'm not against it. I do not know enough about a data center to say yes or no, but I am willing to listen to anybody that comes to us with a business offer. Like Google. Google is a multi-trillion-dollar company. You just don't come in and say, we don't want you here. We want to listen to them and say, what are you going to do for us? We want to know, are you going to use our water resources to cool this data center, or are you going to infringe upon our mineral estate to set your foundations? Like I always said, as soon as you drill down and set your piers and you hit rock, you have now entered the Osage mineral estate. Deal with us. We have a right to know what you're going to do. But our water rights, we got to protect those. But I am not against a data center, not for it either, but I will listen to what they have to say, because it's a smart business decision that if we can make money off the data center, if it would produce money and income for the mineral estate, to maybe it takes the place of 10 wells, and it's very profitable for us, but it does no harm. I would have to look at the contract and see what they say, but I'm not for it, against it. I'd really have to listen and make a smart business decision on that sense, but I will protect the shareholders and our water and our mineral rights.
I don't want data centers on our reservation. Anything that could potentially impact the mineral estate is one thing that we have to look at. And I've been very concerned with the executive sessions, and we don't know what's going on when the data centers are coming to the Minerals Council. And so I think there's a few different things we need to look at, but overall, no, I'm against data centers on our reservation.
I come from the Bollinger family, and there's a town north of here called Bollingerville, and the reason why there's no one in Bollingerville to speak of is because there's no water in Bollingerville. And in fact, the only water supply was in our family cemetery, which caused a big land dispute several years back because folks were encroaching on the cemetery to get water. So we have lots of water issues in Osage County that are of great concern, more concern to me than speculation about data centers. We have problems with water supplies here in our county. We have problems in the city of Pawhuska with potable water. And let me tell you something else. When the Skytook Reservoir came in and all of that land was taken away from oil production to create the Skytook Lake, the shareholders were paid for that, because that was land taken out of production for oil, land that's now a big, giant water body. And we worked and put in the effort to exclude the non-Indian and the non-Osage shareholders from that payment. We sure didn't make the effort to exclude them when the highest posted price payment came in 10 years or 15 years ago, whenever that was. Think how big your checks would have been if we had. That's what I'm about. I'm about the shareholders and making sure that we receive just compensation for what's ours. And that Skytook Reservoir is a much better, more practical, more relevant example to us than some imaginary data center. And thinking that someone like Google will want to come up here to Pawhuska, I don't know, I think I have better enemies to worry about and better battles to pick than that one. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question?
Should the Osage Minerals Council act to protect water or minerals potentially impacted by any future data center?
no data centers. And then the Osage Reservation, all the water belongs to the Osage Mineral Estate that's in the reservation. Thank you.
I have to concur with Mr. Tillman. I'm not for or against data centers whatsoever. But when you have a $4 trillion company wanting to talk to you, you have to listen. That's the bottom line. That would be fine. But with all the oil production that's gone on for the last 120 years, how much damage have we done to our water reserve? How much is there? I mean, it's horrible. Winona has been in a catastrophe state for 50 years that I know of. So, you know, protecting it, definitely. You have to protect it. But how are we going to clean it up? After all this time, all the infrastructure that is 120 years old, or unplugged wells, or stuff that the BIA has actually let happen, walk away from, turn their head to. With that, I'll stop.
And I'll have to agree with the negatives on the data center only. And that's because it's going to damage our environment and our water. And they're not making any more of that. So a little bit of information. I visited with someone this week that mentioned back, I believe in the 1940s, we also owned complete Arkansas River across to Pawnee County. And somewhere along the line, something was put in the books that we only own half. So that's something that we need to research and find out about and look more into. So that's a topic that might be for discussion with the new Osage Mineral Council. Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to our rebuttal round. It's 1 minute. Rebuttal, I want to start with Ms. Gray.
I just think that, you know, growing up, watching my mother and all the calls that would come in at election time, I'm not interested in campaigning or leading through fear. I'm interested in solutions, and I'm interested in rolling up my sleeves. So I think that's just kind of where I'm at with all of this. Others may disagree and want to scare the shareholders. I just want to figure out solutions.
So for rebuttal, a few of the speakers today talked about how the 1906 Act and the Osage Mineral Trust is intact and always will be. That's not true. The 1906 Act has been amended 23 times. And there were acts in 1978 and 1984 that you may have thought stopped the alienation of Osage headrights to non-Osages. That is not true. One of the things that those two acts did was allow legally adopted children of Osages to inherit shares. So guess what? If you're an Osage and you want to give your share to someone who's not an Osage, and you ask someone like Alan Woodcock what to do, guess what he says? Adopt that person. So we've got Osage shares going to non-Osages as we stand here today through adult adoptions of stepchildren, of third parties, of men in the moon, and shares leaving our tribe today just as they did in the 1920s. It hasn't stopped.
I don't have any rebuttal, but I failed to mention my wife, Haley Buzzard. Together we have 5 children, 2 grandchildren. LB3 is the newest one, and then Rowan, who lives in Norman. I'm number 14 on the ballot. Please vote for Bourbon Hamilton.
I really don't have a rebuttal either. After listening all day to everybody, this, that, and the other, and run the 1906 Act. So with that, my name is Kenneth Big Horse Jr. I will do my best to represent you the best way possible. Number 20 on your ballot.
I too don't have much of a rebuttal, but I have some comments that might be of importance. I want to raise, increase our Headright payments. Everything that we have mentioned is fixable. We have many challenges right now. Again, we mentioned we have oil, but the leases take too long. All the paperwork takes too long, and we have to help the BIA teamwork to get through those challenges, those problems. We've got to look seriously together, cooperate to achieve that solution. And if nothing else, and way down, last resort, let's think about a nonprofit oil company ourselves through that the Minerals Council would help put together, but not be involved at all. Thank you.
Just another quick comment. Like I said, I am not for a data center or against a data center, but I will listen to a business proposition. If it, from a multi-trillion-dollar company, you have to listen. One of my first questions would be or concerns would be the water and our rights. But is a data center, is it water cooled? Is it air cooled? How much water? Where are you going to get it from? I would ask educated questions about how it's going to affect our estate. Can we sell them natural gas to power their, they consume a lot of electricity. Can we make money off that? We're in this, the shareholders are in this to make money off our mineral estate. If we can sell natural gas to them or supply anything they need, but I do not want to damage our water rights, but we have to look at it in a smart business decision way. Thank you.
Okay, we have our 30-second closing round, and we will start on the end with Ms. Good Eagle. I keep trying to say the other name.
I forgot to mention my spouse as well, Jeremy Good Eagle. Hopefully he doesn't divorce me after I said I spent $24,000 of our money serving dead white people. One of the speakers earlier today said that the BIA has its boot on our throat. Nobody puts their boot on my throat. The BIA doesn't. The Attorney General of this tribe doesn't. The Attorney General of the state of Oklahoma doesn't. The governor doesn't. Nobody does. Let me work for you and let me bring that bravery to this front. Thank you.
Thank everybody. Thank you all for being here today. I will work hard to remain transparent and stay accountable to you, the Osage shareholders. I would be honored to earn your vote. Number 14 on the ballot, Bourbon Hamilton. Love you, Aunt Lanny.
I want to thank each and every one of you for being here, and especially the ones that had already left and listening in, those out there, TV land or computer land or wherever you're at. But I'm Kenneth Big Horse Jr., number 20 on your ballot.
Two things I left was high royalty rates. We have high royalty rates right now and no production. And we've got to get a solution to this. And we need and want accountability of all our production. When I am elected, I will utilize my oil experience to help our Osage Mineral Council improve on what we have been blessed with for so long. I love my Osage people, our Osage Reservation, and Osage Nation. I am number 13 on the ballot and sincerely appreciate your vote.
Thank you again, Osage News, for putting this on. I would like to thank my family for being here also. My wife Manning sits there, my Aunt Nancy and my brother Chris are back there, and several other family members that are, a little bit distant but are close to me. And just appreciate everyone paying attention and listening to what we have to say. Like I said, we are in the oil and gas business. We represent the shareholders in the oil and gas business. We need to mend relationships or make relationships. We need relationships.
Thank you. Good pivot. Thank you, everyone. I know how to build systems that work, and I want to put those skills to work for you. I'm interested in growing the value of the mineral estate, not just protecting the mineral estate, but growing the value of the mineral estate for future generations. Our kids and our grandkids are going to be shareholders as well. And so that's what I want to focus on, if you give me the opportunity. So thank you. I don't know what number I am on the ballot.
All right, final round of applause. Thank you all. On behalf of the Osage News Editorial Board, we thank you all for being here and appreciate your attention. Thank you to the candidates.
I am Chuck Tillman, number 23 on the ballot, way down there, so you have to look for me.
If we could have everybody help us pick up trash around your seat, we would greatly appreciate it. Have a safe trip home.